All right, everyone, you should be able to hear me at this point. I pulled myself up so I can chat. I'm going to go through, I'm going to start a 30-second video to bring us back into the conference, and then we will bring this down. And Kobi, I will introduce you. And once you are introduced, we'll let everyone know that you're going to be interacting in the chat, and we'll play your video. So if you can just give me a wave, give me a thumbs up, let me know that you're good. I can see you. Perfect. All right, we're going to go now. That happened to me once before. So now everyone should be able to hear me. Yep, there we go. That's all day today with this mic. So anyway, everyone, I am Ian Meyer. Thank you for coming back into the stream with us and joining us in the afternoon. You're at Bsides Orlando 2020, and this is track 1. And we're going to do something a little bit different after lunch. We are going to bring in Kobi EisenKraft, who is a malware researcher, a security researcher, and they're going to be talking to us about using the Bitcoin blockchain as part of malware infrastructure. But what's going to be a little different this afternoon is Kobi's actually going to be in the chat. So we'll introduce him real quick, and then they're going to be in the chat. We're going to play their talk, and you will be able to talk to them live. So Kobi, I'm going to bring you into the stream. Just say hi, and how are you, Kobi? How are you?
Hi, fine. Thank you very much. How are you?
Excellent. I am doing okay. Thank you for being here. Thank you for interacting while everything's going on live there. So this should be pretty fun. I'm looking forward to it. So go ahead.
Me too. Thanks.
Excellent. Very good. So what we'll do now is, John, I think you can hear me. If you want to go through, and Kobi, you can get ready to respond in the chats, and we'll get your video started, and we'll come back on the other side. So again, thank you for being part of Bsides Orlando, and John, go ahead and kick it off.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my session. I'm glad to be here. My name is Kobi EisenKraft, and I've done this research with Ari Olstein. We both work at Checkpoint. Ari and I are both malware hunters. On a daily basis, I monitor thousands of suspicious files. Most of the time, you can find me playing inside the sandbox, looking for unique malwares or suspicious campaigns. I also write protections, IARA rules, and behavioral signature to detect new threats. During this talk, I will explain how attackers use Bitcoin blockchain as part of malware infrastructure. First, I will share with you how this research started. It was about a year ago, before the COVID-19, when we were allowed to travel. Then I will show the infection chain of Redman malware. After the infection chain, I will explain in details how the attacker used a Bitcoin blockchain to hide CNC server IP. I hope you will find this talk interesting. If you have any question, please keep them to the end. This research was started about a year ago, before the COVID-19. I really miss the days we were able to travel across the world, travel to security conferences, and I hope it will be like that in the near future. Anyway, I was at a great security conference at London. As you can see, I was having a good time with my friends. We were listening to talks, drinking beers, going to parties, and traveling all over London, which is a great city. At the same time, Arye, my team member that stayed at the Checkpoint Tel Aviv offices, came across a phishing campaign. While running the malware day after day, he noticed that the malware connects each time to a different CNC server IP. As you can see, Arye sent me this email, and it had a lot of details. I was having fun and drinking beer, so I didn't do anything while I was at London regarding this email. While I returned to Tel Aviv, I looked more seriously in this email. Let's see what we have. A new phishing campaign with references. This phishing campaign targeted mostly Russian companies. On our telemetry, Arye found high number of hits, above 700, and 25 different companies were getting these emails. The distribution method was a phishing email. Arye also examined samples and found that the samples collect information from the victim and upload the information to the CNC server. Arye shares some indicators that were common to Ferret or Pony malware, and the most interesting information was the fact that the CNC IP address came from reading information from blockchain transactions by connecting to blockchain resources. Arye also shared the CNC IP that he found. After giving me all this information, he asked me two questions. Is this indeed Ferret or Pony? This question was easy to answer. The answer was yes. Pony was part of this attack, but only in the second stage of this attack. The second question, how the malware actually extract the CNC from the last 10 transactions of a specific wallet, was challenging, and I didn't know the answer. I knew that there are ways to hide data in blockchain, but none of the ways I was familiar with worked for me. Arye is a good friend of mine, so I want to be also a good friend, solve this mystery, and give Arye an answer to his question. How the malware extracts CNC IP from Bitcoin transactions. In the last slide, I mentioned Pony several times, so I'll explain what is a Pony malware. Pony, also known as a Ferret, is an information stealer, a malware used to collect data from infected machines and install other malicious programs. It first spotted in the wild in 2011. Part of the malware's popularity is due to the fact that the source code of multiple Pony versions has been leaked, and it is available for download in the darknet. I assume that most of you are familiar with CNC, but just to align everyone, I will give a short explanation about CNC. Command and control servers, also called CNC or C2, are used by attackers to maintain communication with compromised systems within a target network. Communication with the CNC server can be used to receive commands, download and install further malicious software, or upload collected information from the victim computer to the attacker. I want to mention that it is very easy to security products to block connection to CNC server once it has static IP addresses. Let's see what attacker needs to do in order to bypass blacklist protection. After the victim infected by malware, it starts to communicate with its CNC server in order to download more malicious payloads or to upload stolen information from the victim machine. In this example, we can see that malware connecting to CNC server. As I said previously, security product can easily block static IP address. They just add the malicious IP to their blacklist. After the security products block the CNC and drop all the connections between the malware and the malicious IP address, the attacker needs to replace the CNC address if he wants his operation to continue. Of course, the attacker wants to continue earning money or do some harm, so he replaced the IP, but he still has a problem. How the malware that no longer have connection to the CNC will know the IP address of the new CNC server. In this talk, we will see how it's done by using Bitcoin blockchain. For those of you that are not familiar with the blockchain technology, I will give some basic information. First of all, blockchain sites are legitimate and companies do not block access to them. Second, the data is distributed across every single node in the blockchain. So you can find the information in many sites and many places. Third, blockchain is append only. So the data cannot be changed or deleted. It means the data is always available. Let's go over the infection chain. The attacker sends an email to the victim. We can see here the real translated example. This malware targeted mainly Russian speakers, as you can see. These emails also include the malicious attachments. Once the victim opens the malicious attachment, Redman runs on his computer. Redman is a banking malware, first noted in the wild in 250. It targets recipients who conduct transactions using Russian financial institutes. It's first reported as a RTM banking Trojan. This malware had a new version about every year. Redman is querying the blockchain for a specific wallet to get wallet information. From the blockchain response that Redman gets, he reveals the CNC server IP. At this stage, we still don't know how it does it. Once it has the CNC server IP, Redman connects. Redman connects with to this CNC server and download Pony InfoStealer malware. Once the download completes, Pony steals private information from the victim computer and upload it back to the CNC server. Now that we understand the infection chain, we still need to understand how Redman reveals the IP address from the query that he does to the blockchain. Here we can see the query to the specific wallet that Redman does. We can see the specific wallet starts with 1BKE in the address bar, and also in the response we get. We can see more information like total received, total sent, the current balance of this wallet, number of transactions that was done in this wallet. In addition, we can see more information about every transaction, like the hash of the transaction, the value, the balance, number of confirmation, and confirmation time. I look on all this information, but was not able to understand where the CNC IP is hidden. It was pretty hard to guess, so I needed to work a little bit harder. When I started to dig into it, I faced some challenges that I want to share with you. As I saw many times before, Redman malware was packed, so in order to examine it, I needed first to unpack the malicious payload. When I tried to debug it, first I failed because Redman spawns another process in order to make my life a little bit harder. After solving the above issues, I was able to debug it and reverse the code in order to understand the logic Redman uses to find the hidden CNC server IP. In this talk, I will not get into all the technical details of how I did it. I will just jump to the outcome. In order to reveal the CNC IP, Redman manipulates the last two transactions values. I will explain what it does. Please be with me because it's not so easy to follow. First, it reads last transaction's value. It is actually the newest transaction. In this case, 12,148, and convert this decimal value to hex. This way, it gets 2F74. Then it split the value to high and low bytes and convert each byte separately back to decimal. So 2F to 47 and 74 X to 160 decimal. After doing so, we have two octets, 47 and 116. After that, it takes the transaction before the last one and do exactly the same. It takes the decimal value 52153, convert it to hex, and gets CB B9. Then it split the value to high and low bytes again, and converts again each byte separately back to decimal, CB to 203 and B9X to 185. After doing so, we have two more octets, 203 and 185. The only thing that we still need to do is compose all these four octets together in opposite order. And we will get the hidden IP address, as you can see. I know this is a little bit confusing, so let's see it again, but in opposite order. We will see what the attacker needs to do if he wants to hide this IP in the blockchain, and how we can calculate the transactions values that he needs to do. So now that we know how admin malware reveals the IP, we can understand how the attacker hides the CNC IP inside the blockchain. He just needs to do the opposite calculation from IP address to the values of the transaction he needs to send to his Bitcoin wallet. Let's see this real example. The attacker wants to use IP address 185.203.116.47 as his CNC server IP. The first step is to convert each octet of this IP address from decimal to hex. 185 to B9, 203 to CB, 116 to 74, and 47 to 2F. Second step is to combine the two first octets in opposite order. So we'll get B9 dot CB to CB B9. Third step is to convert back from hexadecimal to decimal. So we'll get CBB8 to 52153. This is the first transaction value the attacker needs to send to his wallet. As you can see, it's about $4. In the fourth step, we combine the two last octets in opposite order. 74.2F, it will be 2F74. And in the last step, we just need to convert it back to decimal from hex. So 2F74 is 12148. This is the second transactions value the attacker needs to send to his wallet. You can see that the amounts are very small, about $5 for both transactions. In addition, you should not worry for the attacker. The attacker doesn't spend all his money. I noticed that after a couple of transactions, he returned the money back to his original wallet. So we just paid the fee for these transactions. It's not a big deal. After we understand the logic, it was very simple to write a Python script that will query the wallet and reveal the last malicious CNC server, or even all the CNCs that the attacker used in the past. This Python script reads the last CNC IP from one BKE wallet that we saw. Here we can see the query address that we need. This is the actual GET request to the blockchain. The response is in JSON format, so I use JSON. Then I go through the transactions, read the values of the value of the last transaction, divide it to high and low, do the same for the one before last transactions, and combine them all together to get the IP. In this script, I break after I have the last and most relevant CNC IP, but you can continue to get all the IPs. Here we can see the output of this Python script. I ran this script a week ago to check if this operation is still active. And as you can see, the script returned different IP. The new IP address is 206.166.251.109. We can also see that this transaction was done 3 weeks ago, not so long ago. It seems that this infrastructure is still active. So I wanted to check if it's still downloading Pony malware from this new CNC server. By the way, if you want the script, you can find it here. Okay, next I decided to run it in Anyone sandbox. If you're not familiar with Anyone it's an interactive online malware analysis service. You can run inside their sandbox suspicious files and see its behavior, and it's also free. We can see here that I ran it about a week ago, and we see the exact behavior as we described earlier in the infection chain. This threadman dropper connects to blockchain info to get the blockchain information that it needs. And after that, it's connected to the same IP address we got in the previous Python script, 206.166.251.109, to download the Pony malware. Then it steals personal data and uploaded it back to the CNC. We can see all the details also here. It seems that everything works as usual for this actor. Last week, when I was looking on VirusTotal for this wallet network behavior, I found 65 files from last 90 days that used this 1BKE wallet. And it was last seen about a week ago and first seen several months ago. After monitoring the network connection to the blockchain and examine connection between the wallets, I found another 2 wallets that the attacker uses. Here we can see one N9A and one CEL wallet. Okay, so MITRE is a very known in the industry. MITRE attack is a global accessible knowledge base of tactics and techniques based on real world observation. After publishing this research, MITRE recognized us as contributors from the Redman malware, for the Pony malware, and for the new dynamic resolution techniques we found. Okay, so one more thing. As we saw a moment ago, this infrastructure still exists, works, and attackers use it daily. You are probably asking yourself or telling yourself that it is easy to destroy this operation. Basically, you are 100% correct. The only thing you need to do in order to destroy this infrastructure is very simple step, is to send 1 cent to this Bitcoin wallet, and it will destroy the calculation of the CNC server IP address. And the whole operation will go down. Of course, the attacker can fix it by sending 2 more transactions to fix the IP address. Thank you, everybody, for your attention. I hope you enjoy and learned something from this talk. If you have any question, I will be happy to answer.
Hopefully you can hear me this time. Yes, no? All right, excellent. So thank you. I know you were answering and interacting in the stream there, but let's go take a look at the comments and see if there were any other additional comments. Doesn't look like there are, but that's okay. So thank you for taking the time today to show us to show us that and really be part of the community here. So thank you. Is there anything you'd like to add that wasn't included in the video or anything to that effect?
No, if there are any questions, so it's okay, and I hope you enjoyed the talk.
We absolutely did. So very much appreciate it. Kobe, thank you for your time. And I'm going to take you out of the stream here and we'll get ready for our next speaker. So I do appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Ian. It was great to be here.
All right, so that was Kobi EisenKraft, and they are from Checkpoint. They were covering the using Bitcoin for malware infrastructure. At this point, I think we're not quite ready for our next speaker, or are we? Jamie, can you put in the private chat? Are we ready for our next speaker? Are they in? And if not, what we'll do is we'll just take a moment again to thank our. Yeah, I think we're a little ahead of schedule, so I do want to make sure we. This mic is going to be the death of me. So the mic itself is being a problem. So with that said, our sponsor, I want to take a moment to talk about our sponsors. They take care of us so we can take care of you. And that store that we have up that the team helped put together, Fury, if you're out there, thank you, that they put together. This is all print on demand, and get that out so you can still get swag and still have that conference experience that we're all used to. So I believe I'm going to. Mic keeps muting itself. So again, I do want to thank the sponsors. Specifically, we have, as you saw in opening ceremonies here, I'm going to pull the overlay out, or at least I'm going to try. There we go. And where did my overlays go? Am I not frozen now? Yep, got it. Okay, cool. I do not know what's going on with this thing, but anyway. That being said, so the next speakers we're going to hear from is you might have heard of them from Coalfire. So I'll reboot here, but I'm frozen again. So we'll go through and hopefully at 2:30 here we'll be hearing from those pen testers that got arrested out in Iowa and find out what we can learn from them. So I am going to throw my computer into the sun, as all computers should be. We'll be right back at 2:30. Welcome back, everyone. I think potentially now we found the cause of the issues I was having with audio earlier. Huzzah and away, as it were. So we are back in track one. I'm Ian Meyer, and we are about to bring in someone who we are really looking forward to hearing what they have to say, because we many of us are aware of some of the things that happened to our next speaker, Gary DeMercurio, and they're going to talk to us about going to Iowa, and all they got was this lousy arrest record. So let me bring Gary in. We'll introduce him and let him get started here. Now, before I do that, I do want to let everyone know that at some point during this talk, we're going to play some video. It's not going to have any audio, but we're going to talk over it because they're going to be explaining some stuff that's going on in there. So don't panic. That is that we are aware of it, and that's actually how it's going to be played out. So let me bring Gary into the stream. Hello, Gary. How are you?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me? We're having audio problems too.
Oh man. Okay. Oh wait. Oh, and
Surprise guest star.
Wait, there's more.
Oh yeah. I thought you were like in some secret bunker.
Yeah, plans changed like 4 times, and they let me out early, so here I am.
Oh, I gotcha. All right. So you gentlemen found yourself in a little bit of a sticky situation, as I remember.
We did.
Yeah.
That is true.
We thrive there.
We thrive there. Yeah, absolutely. So thank you for coming on and talking with us. Now, we have a video. Now, did you want us to play that first? Do you have slides that you want us to bring up? How did you want to go about that?
Well, we're going to have to do a little bit of winging it because the video has audio, and whatever audio problems you lost, we found.
Oh, good.
We can't get the audio to actually play over the air. So we're going to play the video, and we're going to do our best to talk to it.
Okay.
So, who knows? We'll see how it ends up. But
right.
We break things, not fix them. So
right, yeah, we're really good at it.
We tell you where the problems are, but
past that, good luck, guys.
Right.
Yeah, we don't fix stuff. That's another team.
All right, excellent. So, John, if you want to go through and start the video, I'm not sure exactly how we want to do that there. I know you talked it through. So, are we bringing that into the stream, or how are we doing that?
I can do screen share from my side if that works.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Yep. All right.
Excellent. Let me bring that in. So, boop. And I'm going to drop out of the stream so y'all can get started and just let us know if you need anything.
Thanks for everything, Ian. Appreciate it.
I know. Thank you.
So we have this video out actually, and what we decided to do, because the events took place over 6+ months, Justin, a long ass time. We wanted to sit down and we wanted to we took almost a week trying to get this together and to make sure that we didn't miss parts and that we had the timeline right and we didn't mistake anything. And that was the reason for the video, and that's the reason that we keep replaying the video, is because it is the best way that we know how to tell the events as they were without messing it up. But we don't have audio, so you don't get to listen to the video. You're going to unfortunately have to listen to 2 of us drone on and probably take way too long explaining things that we did much more concisely in the video. But so the plan here is to play the video, and then we're just going to talk over the damn thing. The nice part is we haven't done this before, so you probably get to hear a lot of different things and ask questions or whatever it is. I don't know if people can ask questions or in comments, but during the actual video, and so we can kind of go down little rabbit holes if we want to. We obviously have to place this because of legal ramifications, in that if we were to misremember something or not get it 100% correct, it could come back to haunt us. So again, this is our interpretation of the events, the best of our ability to remember them. I can hear the video, so I'm gonna enjoy it. So what we were doing here, and the point of this scene was the sheriff. I have an audio of the sheriffs talking at whatever con that they decided to throw there, like a day or 2 after we were arrested or whatever it was. What was it, Justin?
Yeah, Awareness Con, and Dave Kennedy's company put that on. Yeah, a couple months after, to bring awareness to everybody. Or no, sorry, not Dave Kennedy. He spoke there, but it was Black Hills. So super cool they did that.
And so during this clip, the sheriff is saying he's never said anything. If you look at all the stuff that he said, he's never said one thing about us. And what we're doing here is we're saying all the stuff that he said about us before he made that comment at during the Black Hills event. He also, during this, said his cops were going 130 miles an hour, and if they T-boned somebody, your family, and killed some of your family members, you wouldn't be happy about that because of us doing what we did. As you can see through this video, the officer's going maybe 20, 30 miles an hour. So it was a very long line of things that the sheriff was saying when he was talking to the public that actually weren't really true. And this part up here in the top right is him saying, this shit just pisses me off, where he kept saying it's not personal, that nothing was supposed to be political. It wasn't supposed to be personal, yet over and over and over again we've got him on cam from body cam footage, and he's just saying the exact opposite. He's like, this is bullshit. They can't do this. They can't do this to our county. We own this building, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So
right. So part of the reason that we did this talk and we came forward and wanted to voice everything from our perspective is the first time we were able to get out in the public's eye and actually present our side of the story, which we think is the most truthful and accurate. So it's great that we were able to present some body cam footage like that to show what was actually unfolding during that night and then the subsequent 6 months versus everything that came up in the media, because we got a firsthand look at both politics and the media, how everything's sensationalized and just drawn way out of proportion. So this was kind of our chance to set the record straight. And it just, we provided the body cam footage so everyone could see, candidly, what actually unfolded that night. And it's very different than the public narrative that had been in everybody else's hands before that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we only have so much time to talk, so we have to condense literally 6+ months of things that happened, try to tell the story as best we can, and then try to include all the body cam footage we have. We have probably 6 or 7 hours plus of footage, whether or not it's from in the jail or if it's multiple body cam footage from multiple officers, phone logs, records, etc. And so we did our best to try to show some of the things that we thought would make the most impact, but realize that there's still hours and hours and hours of the video that we still have that should be public domain, as far as we know. So I guess about us. Go ahead, Justin. Go first.
Oh, thank God, because you have the cooler bio. I'm not going to drag this out too long. Been working at Coalfire for 5 years, hundreds of engagements. We do everything, but my specialty is physical security. I like breaking into places. And Gary is my social engineering expert, so we make a really good team together. So Gary, over to you.
In a former life, I used to fly helicopters, the UH-1 November, which I don't even think they fly anymore, in the Marine Corps. Got out. I was an engineer for a few years. That was boring and easy, and I decided that I wanted to go back in and see if I could break things and break into things, which I did a little bit of when I was in the Marine Corps for some red teaming and zipper vaults. I run the physical security, social engineering, all things red team at Coalfire, and Justin now works for me, which is probably, he's miserable, but there he is.
I love it. It's great.
So please forgive me as I have to zoom through this stuff because we don't have a proper slideshow because it was the video. So engagement setup. Go, Justin. You're the best one at this. You talk in this slide the whole time anyway.
Yeah, cool. Okay. So we had everything going on with this engagement. It's a full scope red team. So that entails, what everybody saw was the physical portion of this. We also had an external, internal, wireless application, and then social engineering elements to this test. So we've been working with the client for about a month prior. One of the biggest things that comes up down the road in this escalation of nonsense is who had jurisdiction, things like that. And just from our side, I mean, it's not up to the testers to verify that. It's up to our company, and that's of course who we're working for and how everything should have gone legally. But things kind of turned and went against us personally. But regardless, we were working with iowacourts.gov, so those are our POCs, members of the judicial branch of the IT department, who authorized this testing and believed that they had the authority to do so. So it was all that in play. We found some crazy stuff that shouldn't exist on some of the other elements of this testing, but everything that we know and we saw in the media came from the physical penetration tests. So setting that up, we had 5 buildings to attack over the course of 5 days. It was a super condensed timeline. Did as much OSINT and research as we could before we got there on site. And then once we were there, I mean, it was hitting the ground running. We actually made our first entry and breaches the very first night that we arrived after doing some preliminary walkthroughs around some of the buildings. And Gary, anything I'm missing there?
Just to point out that a lot of the press or whatever the hell you want to say, the releases that they had said that that it was not supposed to be after hours, and then they latched on to the some of the things we had in the actual ROE, which says can be during day or evening. And they're like, see, it says evening, it doesn't say night. The actual genesis of that was originally it just said daytime testing during the day because that's what we had done before with them. And our PM had actually changed it to reflect day or evening, meaning day or nighttime testing, because that's what the client actually asked for. It was literally a verbiage issue that they tried to latch onto for legal purposes, say, well, evening and night aren't the same thing. Well, we disagree because you asked for it specifically. If you look up at the very top where it says, do you employ any physically armed personnel at the locations that will be tested? If we're only supposed to be testing during the day, why are they telling us about armed guards that are going to be there from 5 p.m. to 6 a.m.? And as you go through a lot of this documentation, if you look at it as if we were focusing in after hours, there is a lot of information within the documentation that was released to the public that backs that up, that we were supposed to be there after hours.
Yep. And so what Gary's alluded to, if anyone's not familiar with the whole case and everything like we are, because we were dragged through the middle of it, once we were apprehended by the sheriff and started making a political fuss about things, the judicial branch kind of disavowed us and started walking things back. Like, we don't even know who these guys are. We never hired this. And then it came to light, guys, we have all the contracts. And so they start walking things back and be like, okay, we hired a physical penetration test, but not after hours. And so, I mean, this is just everything setting up that, yes, I mean, we were told when the cleaning crew schedules were after hour guard and night shifts and everything on the phone call, which unfortunately we don't have records of. I am watching the Discord right now, and I see some questions coming in about the written contract. Like Gary just mentioned, that's all in the public domain now. So I think Iowa.gov released a lot of those contracts, so you can see all the redacted versions, which has all the information, just minus some sensitive details about some technology and usage on site.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep us honest on those questions, Justin, because I don't have it up.
I got you covered. It looks so we present through StreamYard or Bsides Orlando does, but I see all the YouTube questions coming through, and then I got you guys in the Discord track 1 live chat as well. So ask anything, we'll try to go over it in real time.
All right. So these are the target locations. Dallas County is the event that happened, that transpired. But before we went to Dallas County, we hit all these other places, and we pretty much did everything we wanted to do when we went to these places. I don't know how much do we really want to talk to this slide?
Yeah, I know we're going to be fighting time because we haven't done this presentation and weren't expecting to do this live. So let's just keep moving on.
Just keep moving on. All right.
Winging it.
Yeah. All right. So the parties involved are going to be Justin and myself, and of course our company Coalfire. And then we've got Dallas County, which is going to be Chuck and what was the other guy's name? Chuck?
Chad Leonard.
Chad, that's it. The Chad. That's the sheriff, actually. You think I'd remember his name, but I'm terrible with names. Sorry.
Right.
And then we've got the Iowa Judicial Branch, which is the 3 people that are up on the screen there. Mark, John, and Andrew were our contacts at the time. And something that actually isn't in this video is they had a little bit of a I don't say a falling out, but they absolutely tried to throw Andrew Shirley under the bus to the point where he was put on administrative leave. He got his own personal attorney to kind of distance himself from Iowa themselves.
Yeah, I do want to point out too, like there's a lot of stuff that happened under all this. I don't think those are bad guys. You know, when they started this test, they knew security was a huge issue in Iowa, and these guys tried to contract the best thing that they could, a red team engagement, to cover all their bases, and we found just egregious violations of security that came up during this testing. So it was great that they had this contracted, and then all the politics behind it that prevent this from us actually improving the state of security. It was just wild to experience firsthand, but I think in the end they were trying to do the right thing, at least in the beginning before they started disavowing us. But they wanted to help security in Iowa, and I see why it's such an issue and why things were the way that they were when we tested it.
Yeah, my own personal opinion, outside of court issues, is I think Andrew Shirley kind of got the short end of the stick. They were looking for somebody to blame. He was a low man on the totem pole, and they just decided to start the bus up and throw him right underneath it. My own personal opinion. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. I can't prove anything. I can just tell you what we've seen from our side. Usually when you lawyer up by yourself and the other 2 people are with the state and you are separate, it kind of says something. But again, I can't prove anything. What do we got next here?
Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So what we accomplished on the engagement before the night of the arrest. So this is kind of setting the stage for us. We had contact with our points of contact. We left calling cards on their desk when we had breached their facility a couple nights earlier. They messaged us in the morning. They said, "Hey, great. I guess I owe you a congratulations. I'll be curious to see how easy it was." And we didn't know, but of course, after everything unfolded, we found out they watched the cameras later that day. They saw that we made entry after night, just like we had discussed on the call, just like they were expecting. And it just kind of set the stage. We didn't see any red flags throughout this, where everything's going without a hitch on the engagement, exactly like we expected. And we kind of I won't say rampage, but we got through every building and breach and identified a lot of security issues for them to fix. So it was a great engagement up until Dallas County.
I see a question. Did they at least fix the issues that you guys reported on? We don't know. We do know that we did our job even after all of this, even after we were disavowed, and even after we were thrown into jail. We still delivered the documentation and the report that we were originally contracted to deliver. Whether or not they've taken action on that, we honestly don't know. As to the best of my knowledge, they had not fixed many of the issues that we had told them about prior to sending them the actual report as of a few months ago. But again, I don't know. Haven't been there since. Don't plan on going back. That's not true. I'll go back to Iowa someday. All right. Dallas County Courthouse entry. This is the big one right here, right? So we actually, before we went up into Dallas County, we stopped at a gas station outside. We had ourselves some of those big burritos. Terrible burritos for you. We talked to the gentleman at the cash register that was running the shop, and we were just relaxing. And we point this out simply because we didn't feel we were doing anything wrong. We weren't doing anything wrong. We were just doing our job as we normally do. We sat outside and we were eating terrible burritos and free donuts and watching the courthouse and seeing if there was any patrols from the police officers. Like, this is rural Iowa, and I'm from rural Indiana. I know how small towns work. They don't have a lot to do typically at night. You're going to see them go by the center of town probably 4 or 5 times within an hour, and that's what we were really checking for. Is just to make sure if they were doing a big loop around the center of the town, around the courthouse, or if they just went by one road, and if they only went by one road, then obviously we would be on the opposite side of that road. And something else to point out here is we had already been here during the day when we were doing our recon. We had gone in, we had talked to one of the deputy sheriffs. We had seen the entire inside of the building. We had already looked at the doors. We had a good idea of how we were going to get into the facility. And we also noticed when we were there that the sheriff's department was literally right across the street. So you have the back of the building, you have the front of the building, and then you have the sheriff's department right here, literally right across the street. So it wasn't a surprise that they were so close or that they were going to respond so quickly. Another part of this was that in the contract, it specifically called out that we were not allowed to circumvent alarms. We weren't allowed to make sure
Subversion.
Subversion. Thank you. We weren't allowed to subvert alarms. So we're not able to get around them whatsoever. So when we were going in here, we had noticed that the alarm panel was active, and we knew that they were going to have an alarm here. And up until that point, we hadn't hit any alarms. We hadn't set anything off outside of something audible that was attached to a door. Then when you shut the door, the alarm went back down or turned off. But we hadn't got into any trouble. We hadn't been caught. We hadn't had anything. So part of us was kind of hoping that the alarm that we saw that they had on this building would actually kind of work, because at this point it was like 5040 if you're keeping score.
Kind of terrifying that we're breaching government buildings and no alarms, no response, nothing going on. So huge glaring red flags for the report. And we wanted a win for the client at this last location.
Right. And in some locations we literally could have just walked into the building. We didn't, because that's not what they pay us for. We can simply report of the just put in the report the areas that we're able to walk into the building, and so if those are there and they're glaring weaknesses that we can go through, we're not going to take the low hanging fruit. It's too easy. We're going to escalate, say, okay, well, let's pretend that this was closed, or let's pretend that this wasn't unlocked.
I'll add that this was the exception. I mean, typically that is my approach, to take paths of least resistance that an attacker's likely to take, so the client is understands and aware is that that's an avenue. And then with this one, I mean, there was stuff that we just had to note in the report, because it's like, this is unbelievable, but let us add some value and we'll take another route in. But we identified that and then took, you know, something at least a little bit more difficult to add some more value to that. But scary some of the stuff we encountered.
And to further elaborate on that, not that I'm saying that this is what happened, but imagine if you hired us to do a physical pen test of the security of your home, and we get there and the door is wide open on the front, and we walk in and we're like, well, we were able to breach into your home, here's your report. So that's what we were trying to avoid, because it was that easy, quite literally. The front door wasn't open, but, you know, next best type of thing, whereas we're able to just, and any, you know, person off the street could have just walked right in. What else here? Go ahead, take it over. So there you go. I led up to the front door, Justin. Take it.
That sounds good. I'm actually curious what the next slide is, because we're probably going to have us once we're inside. So, yeah, might be body cam footage.
It is
exciting stuff. Okay.
Well, we didn't actually go into how we broke in. So go into how we broke in.
Okay. Yeah. So it was loading. It was a latch bypass. So, man. I'm kind of forgetting how much we put out there already. But bypass the front or the back door, gained access. Yep. And so we're inside the building, and you know the alarm's doing the countdown, alerting that hey, it was armed, and now the sensor has activated. So okay, good sign. So we test for default credentials, just make sure there's no technician codes or a lot of the 1, 2, 3, 4, the address type stuff. Because of course something that the client would need to be aware of if alarms can easily be guessed and disabled. And then after that, we actually end up setting off the alarm after it had been 15 seconds. We initiate the final sequence, and then we went up to a higher place. I think it was the 3rd floor in the courthouse to get kind of an observation post to see what the response is going to be, and kind of note additional security concerns. So at that point, we keep on testing. We have our get out of jail free letters in our pocket. Happens all the time. So we continue throughout the building, continue testing, and then we see police cars approach. So after that happened, we're kind of waiting for a minute, discussing, okay, what's our approach here? We have Leo on scene. We have law enforcement officers on site. So we're going to have to make contact, interact with them, and coordinate as a team how we're going to approach and do that. So after a couple minutes, we go out into the center lobby. We're still on the 3rd floor, listening to see if anybody's gotten inside yet. So we can establish verbal communication contact with them. And after a couple minutes, maybe 3 to 5, and nobody come up, we start yelling around. We're like, hey, is there anybody inside the building? This is Gary and Justin with Coal Fire. We're going to head down the stairs here. So the next footage, the body cam footage, is once we had actually proceeded downstairs, we had established verbal communication with the responding officer, and the body cam footage kind of shows it best. So we'll talk through that.
Yeah, and another part to remember here is we weren't even sure that they were going to show up. Just because there was an audible alarm doesn't mean that anybody is actually paying attention. We've been in so many places where there is an alarm, financial institutions where stuff is just blaring, and we just continue testing, and the alarm eventually gets tired and turns off, right? Because it's usually on a timer. And
literally been in banks in like the same situation with a police department, a stone's throw away, literally, and it just never dials out. I mean, it goes off, but it doesn't dial out to the police department. So
yeah, it's just an audible alarm meant to scare people away because they don't have any kind of monitoring, and we just hang out and we just continue testing. And 2-3 hours later, we're still in the same building, still doing our job, and nobody ever showed up. So when the alarm went off, yeah, great, the alarm went off, and yes, the sheriff's department's across the street. But who knows if they're actually really testing? Because at this point, in the 4 buildings that we had already gone to, nothing happened. So we again had no idea. But 5 minutes later, police show up, and then this happens. So the part that you're going to see here, and the part that we don't have on the cam, simply because the officer isn't pointed in our direction, is right here. I had my hands up. And we both come out like this with our hands in front of us and our backpacks on, and we say, would you like to come in, or do you want us to come outside? And he goes in, and he's going to go like this, and he's going to talk, and then you'll see his hand come up, and then he waves us out, and that's what happens. Unfortunately, you can't hear this. You can't hear me stammer like an idiot. But right here, he's telling that he's got us. He tells us to come out. And then we walk out, and then we basically just enter into a dialogue. We're like, hey, we're here with Coal Fire. We're testing all your facilities. And he says, okay, well, come on outside and let's talk about it. It wasn't any different than any other police interaction that we've ever had. And I know the police get a lot of heat lately, and some deservedly so. But the vast majority of the officers, with the exception of one, that we've interacted with have been great. They've been ultra professional. They've looked at our get out of jail free card, which is what he's doing right here, just to show that we're there, that we're contracted by whomever they are. And once they verify us, they let us go about our business because we're literally there just doing a job. And so this is real hard to see. But what you're seeing right here is a bunch of officers standing around, and there was probably 8 by the time this part of the video gets going. We're standing on the steps. We're smoking and joking with the rest of the officers, telling them what we do, how we do it, what our job is. They're like, oh, we didn't even know that job really existed. And no, our heart's not pounding at this point because it's just another day at the office. We do this all the time. When we interact with law enforcement, it's very professional, and we're just literally having a dialogue with them and talking, and we're actually enjoying ourselves because they're super interested in what we do, and we like talking about what we do because we love what we do. But again, these officers right here are saying, hey, are they good? Did we verify them? And they're going back and forth. They're like, yeah, they're good. We verified them. They're here by the state. And they're like, oh, okay, well, are we going to let them go? The sheriff's on his way. And one of them says, no, yeah, they're good. Just go ahead and let them go. And that's the responding sergeant, the highest ranking officer on the scene. And so right here, they literally say, go for it. And I think I've got, yeah, there we go. He says, I heard he was around. He goes, yeah, I think dispatch called him, but they're good to go. And then he walks up to us and he lets us go.
Saying he did get a hold of him. He got a hold of the point of contact. So
Right.
The judicial branch guys that we were working for that contracted us. And yep, talked it out. Yep. Performing physical penetration tests. These guys are good. Supposed to be there. So just kind of vouch for us on the spot.
Yeah. And then this next video is the sheriff showing up. And when the sheriff shows up, the attitude completely changes. Like, all the officers were really nice and really professional. The sheriff shows up and he is just as mad can be. And even the deputy sheriffs that are on scene recognize that he is mad and know he's going to be upset. Haven't talked to him, haven't seen him, but they just know he's going to be upset as soon as he shows up. And if there's nothing political and there isn't any issue here, I don't understand why he'd be upset when he came to the scene if all his officers let us go.
But it seemed like it was also following a pattern when one of the officers that you know, it's in one of these videos, and I'm not sure if we'll be able to hear it. Somebody turns off their body cam when
it's
he
this
shows
one.
up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He says, this ought to be good. Maybe I better shut off my videotape.
There you go.
That's it. And you don't get to see the interaction with the sheriff because they shut all their body cam footage off when the sheriff comes up and talks to us.
Nothing says justice like that.
Right. There is the city officer, however, does have his body cam on. He's about 15 feet away from us, and he's talking to another deputy sheriff. And so his body cam footage kind of goes this way and then goes this way while he's talking to the deputy sheriff, and kind of comes back this way. So you can see some things, and if you watch that video in its entirety, you can make out part of the conversation, and you can hear the sheriff basically berating us, telling us, well, you should feel pretty stupid right now because you didn't realize that the county building is in the jurisdiction of the sheriff's department to maintain and keep law and order of. However, there is a lease from the state to the county, and then the laws say that the state has the ability to house individuals, property, and equipment within the building, and they can basically come and go as they please as long as they're a state employee. And so he just goes over all these legal ramifications, like, well, you feel pretty stupid, you don't know all this stuff. Well, come to find out, he didn't know it either because they had to turn around and change the law later. We were actually state employees at that point. We were contracted state employees, but we were still state employees. We had every right to be in that building as much as a judge had the right to be in that building. And if it's up for debate whether or not we were trespassing, it's as simple to say, if a judge came into the building and she had forgot her laptop and she came in at midnight like we did, and she accidentally set the alarm off, and the police responded to that, and she said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a judge, I'm here to pick up my laptop," I'm pretty certain they wouldn't have taken her to jail and said, "That's not how we do things here in rural Iowa, and you're going to go to jail for burglary because you're not supposed to be in the building after midnight." Fairly certain. I can't prove it, but I'm pretty certain it wouldn't have turned out the same way. What do you got for this slide, Justin?
Just that the official statement from the sheriff's office is there on the left side, and it's stating that they arrested us because the Supreme Court administration did not have the authority to authorize testing of the Dallas County Courthouse. And that narrative completely changes down the road once they realize kind of the ramifications of that, yes, we were authorized, the state can perform that testing, and the independent law firm that the Supreme Court administration hired even confirmed that, which is kind of the statement on the right, saying that the court did hold sufficient authority to grant coal fire permission to enter the premises. So afterwards, once at this point, or as is about to come up, we're charged with 7 years of felonies, and they have to walk this back and change their statements multiple times. So it's kind of good that they had the record of that independent law firm taking that statement, because that changes a couple times to fit their narrative.
Right, and the other part is where he keeps saying that this isn't personal and it's not political, but I shaved my legs. I've shaved my legs my whole life. It started in kickboxing, went to cycling, and it's just something that I've always done. And he turns around and he makes fun of me for it. He says, "There's no way this guy can be a Marine. He shaves his legs." And then one of the other officers makes a homophobic joke after that, and it's all on camera. So again, ask yourself, if this isn't personal, why are they making fun of us? Why are they getting so upset and so angry about the issue if they're just doing their jobs? And I typically, when I do my job and I'm trying to be professional, I don't make fun of people, and I don't get angry, and I don't start cursing people. So what is next here? So I'm very sad because this part of the video is amazing, because I did it and it has the Duke Boys theme song in it. But right here, they're talking about how we broke into the building, and we obviously had to redact it because we can't tell people how we actually broke into the building and the things that we did while we were inside, right? So I'll let you read that there. And so the deputy here is saying they've been really cooperative, and he says, "We'll take them." And he goes, "Yeah." He's like, "Cuff him." He's like, "Well, they've been really cooperative." And he tells the guy that you cuff him like 2 or 3 times. And he's like, "But they've been pretty cooperative. Like we could probably just walk them over." And the sheriff refuses. He's like, no, cuff him and walk him over. So, and as you can see from the subtitles, that the sheriff is not happy. They've never done this before. Well, who is they? They've never done this before, because right now this is personal. This is against Gary DeMercurio and Justin Wynn, but he is referring to them as in the state. And later to come find out, it is a very big, long-standing beef between the state and the county for some reason. So this is just on us going through intake, them arresting us. In case you've never been arrested before, it was my first time. And this is them talking in the audio, or in the hallway, and then basically making fun of me. And then he walks back out, and then he and I have a conversation where he tries to decide whether or not I was actually a Marine. And later on, he does decide, after talking to me, that I guess I was a Marine, and then says, "Well, I hate putting a good Marine in jail." Well, obviously you don't, because here I am. What do we got here, Justin?
So that's the next day. So we sit in the jail cell overnight. The next morning we're hooked up. I mean, with handcuffs around our wrists, going through the belt loop around our waist, and the chain goes down to the anklets that we have around our ankles. Full orange jumpsuit, and we're paraded in the chain gang across the street from the court, or from the jailhouse until the courthouse. Go in front of a judge the next morning, and man, pretty brutal. So it was pretty clear that she had not been given all the details of the previous night. Again, the responding officers had called and verified us, told that to the sheriff. They knew that we were working for the state. And if you know anything about law 101, you have to have intent if you're committing a crime of burglary. And of course, in this situation that we were hired, we were told to go there. So it's either entrapment or no intent. But anyways, Gary has to go first. So Gary, do you want to take that away? Your experience with the magic?
Yeah, but more importantly, in order to have burglary, you have to have intent to commit a felony, while inside the building. And not only just intent, like if we went in there and we were going to commit a misdemeanor, it still wouldn't be burglary. It would be what, misdemeanor trespassing or criminal trespassing, but it wouldn't actually be burglary. So they try to hit us for burglary and then possession of burglary tools. So I am so ultra confident at this point that I'm going to go across the street. I'm going to talk to the judge. The judge is going to see this and say, this is the most ridiculous stuff I have ever seen in my life. You guys are released on your own recognizance. Go forth and prosper and figure this stuff out, because this is obviously a misunderstanding. I stand up there and she goes through these questions. It says, basically, can you afford your own personal attorney? How much money you make? Who do you work for? What's your name? Where are you from? So I go through all these things. And that's actually a good question, Dan. Did the company send a lawyer to rescue you guys? No, because at that point, we couldn't get a hold of anybody. This was all happening at 2 or 3 in the morning, and we're on Iowa time, and I am from the West Coast, and our home office is from Colorado. So we were still, I think, is the same time as Colorado, or an hour before, I think. Colorado's on Mountain. I think I was on Central. So we were still an hour ahead, and this was at 9 o'clock. So it was still 8 o'clock in Colorado and 7 in the morning in Seattle, where my office is. And we hadn't been able to get a hold of anybody except one of our contacts at Iowa. Now, they contacted Iowa, said they were going to send somebody down in the morning and try to smooth this out. They weren't able to do anything that night because nobody was awake. So I was confident that this was all going to be fixed, not because we were going to have our lawyer show up, because our contact was either going to send their lawyer or they were going to show up in person and explain all this to the judge. And the judge was going to go, okay, I see, this is a big misunderstanding. So I stand up there and I go through my spiel. I do not qualify for a public defender, apparently. And she says, what do you have to say for yourself? And I explained, man, this is just a big misunderstanding. We work for a security company. We're just here doing penetration testing. We've been testing multiple buildings. Yours just happens to be the last one. And she launches into this tirade about that is not how things happen, that if the state was going to test all of the buildings in the state, that they would tell her personally. I mean, there's thousands of judges in the state, but the state would have picked her up and said, yeah, Judge such and such. Yeah, we're going to send Gary and Justin into your courthouse, just so you know. And she just unleashes. She is mad like the sheriff is mad. You broke into my courthouse. You broke into my, and then she looks and she sees and she's like, and you broke into my courtroom. And then she just flips out. And I'm just like, oh, I guess this is going to turn out the way that I want it to turn out. So I walk away. I am furious beyond belief, because here you have somebody in the judicial system whose sole job is to be able to look at someone, listen to their testimony, if you will, right? And make a non-biased personal judgment against someone, either against them or for them. Like literally her job, she's placed in that to be able to tell the truth from lies. And here I am 100% telling the truth, and she had no idea. She was so invested in it personally and so angry at me. Either she didn't care or she's really bad at her job and she can't tell the truth from a lie anymore because she works, with the people that she works with. I don't know. It begs the question, how many people have gone before her and told the truth and she's called a liar and threw him in jail, right? So I walk by the sheriff. I look at him. Now, the sheriff has already contacted the state of Iowa. He knows that we're there on contract. He's seen the documentation. He has spoken to them and they have told him, hey, they are there on behalf of us. Please let them out of the jail. And he refuses to let them out. I look at the sheriff because in my silly mind, I'm thinking he has some sort of ethical obligation, being the sheriff of the whole damn county, to speak up and tell the truth and let the judge know that, say, hey, ma'am, you know what? These guys actually are under contract. What he's saying isn't a lie, but, insert reason why we're still holding him here. That is my impression of what a law enforcement officer that is there to protect and serve should do. The only thing that sheriff did when I walked by him was shrug his shoulders and smirk at me as I walked by and sat back down. So then Justin was next up on the docket.
Yeah, and the purpose of this arraignment was to kind of set bail and everything. And so
Yes.
sitting next to the sheriff, they had the county prosecutor, who we thought was our state representative there because we had never met our point of contacts in person. They say, hey, judge, no, we hired these guys. Sorry, can we let them go? Wrong. He goes up and he says, these guys are a flight risk. They're from out of state. These guys are from Florida and Washington. They conspired to come here to rural Iowa and rob our courthouse. we need to set a bail 10 times larger than normal. So instead of a $5,000 bail, we each got 50,000. But we're probably gonna have to speed this up a little bit if we do maybe 10 more minutes, and then we'll have 10 minutes of Q&A if you guys have questions.
And to give you a kind of an idea on that, I personally have been watching what people get for bail, and there's people that are charged for murder that have lower bail than what we had. So at this point, they disavow us. We're speaking to finally get a hold of my boss, and we're speaking to them and vice presidents, and at some point I'm on the phone and they're like, well, sorry, gents, they have completely disavowed you. And this is some of those releases that Justin was talking about earlier. They completely disavowed you. They say you were not supposed to be doing physical pen testing. You were not supposed to be there at night. And that was what they had released. And so at that point, like that's when the heart starts pounding. You're like, shit, am I going to be in jail for, 7 years for doing my job and not doing anything wrong because people are trying to cover their ass for political reasons? All right. Go ahead, Justin. Take this one.
What do you got for Polk County? So we're going through this process for weeks and weeks, which feels like months. I mean, it feels like 2020 condensed in the course of a month or two, and we're being charged with 7 years of felony offenses, and it's going back and forth. And at every opportunity where we think common sense will prevail, it fails, and things just get deeper and deeper. And our lawyer, our poor guy, is having to tell us, guys, this isn't looking good. It's all going to be judges from the state trying you. I mean, just every violation of the law just keeps cascading, and somehow this kept getting pushed through. So at some point, a month goes by, and the judicial branch is saying, we don't take responsibility for this. We didn't hire these guys. We know nothing about this. And Coalfire is like, guys, we have the signed contracts. I mean, we're going to go public with all these documents because you're going to put our guys in jail for 7 years. And they're going to violate NDAs to do it. The company would have to. So, I mean, that's what they're looking at. And eventually, after the Supreme Court administration had that meeting with the lawyer firm that came in and evaluated things, they started coming forth with all the documents. It became public. But at some point, our CEO had to go public and make a statement saying this is just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, these guys are hired to improve security. Nobody's even concerned with the security of the state. Like, they just want to prosecute these guys because somebody feels wronged. And at that point, Polk County, which is a separate county that we had entered in before, that's actually in Des Moines, they started charging or coming after us, and they said, we're going to charge you guys also with felonies of a different sort to make things more complicated unless your CEO stops going public and making these statements. So kind of strong-arming us with their authority of the law to say your company has to go silent, which is in no way involved in this case because this is against us personally, because they didn't charge the company. We had no blanket protection like that. They said they're going to come after us if our CEO doesn't stop making those statements, which are smearing essentially the Dallas County sheriff.
Right, and that was actually the Polk County sheriff that was the one leveraging those threats, because the Dallas County sheriff was his buddy. And he didn't want us talking bad about his buddy, so he was going to come after us unless we dropped the charges against his buddy, and or not the charges, but the comments that we were making about it. So Supreme Court Justice Mark Cady, he also releases a comment before all this other thing happened, and our lawyer at the time is like, "This is the most convoluted thing I've ever seen," because he just made himself a witness for the state. By making a comment and commenting about all the things that are happening, he's made himself a witness for the state because he apologized and all these other things. Now, the why that is important is because all the judges in the state work for him. And if he is a witness for the state, then any judge that is trying our case is trying our case under the premise that they are fighting against their boss. So they should automatically be recused from any state or from any court proceedings whatsoever, because they have a duty, right? Because they're going to be working against their boss. Like that's not fair in any way, stretch of the imagination. So that was something else that came up to it. However, Mark turns around, Mr. Cady, he turns around and he says, he later on kind of changes his tune and says, after the investigation, and agrees that our contacts were guilty of what, Justin?
No, they wanted to charge. I think it was the county wanted to charge them with non-felonious misconduct while in office. But we got like 5 or
Right.
10 more minutes, so we
Right.
really got to speed through this now.
Yes, but this part is important. So Justice Cady agrees with that, and he is going to allow them to walk into the building and arrest them. However, Chief Justice Cady dies over the weekend, and that all goes away when he goes away because the new Chief Justice is like, nope, I don't want any part of this. Whether or not it was political, whether or not they disagreed, it doesn't matter. But the point is we were supposed to get our vindication right there with Chief Justice Cady, and unfortunately, he dies.
Which still to me is crazy. Like that's the wrong approach to go in and arrest those guys and make a public scene out of it and rip them out of office in Friday because these guys authorized a penetration test because the state has never heard of that and senators are getting involved and nobody knows what security is. But these guys look like burglars and it was just it was like hacking was back in like the 60s or 70s, and that's why the CFAA is just so overreaching. I mean, we'd experienced the same thing, but on a physical ground, as like being sent back in time by 30 or 50 years in the security world. It was just
they just wanted somebody to blame. They didn't care if it was us. They didn't care if it was our contacts. They didn't care. But what they did know is the counties weren't responsible. The state wasn't responsible. But anybody else outside of the county and the state that we can blame, we're going to, as long as somebody's head rolls for this and we can wrap it up in a nice little package and say, okay, we fixed it. This person was guilty. That's all anybody cared about.
So at this point, Iowa convened, and they said we got to make some knee-jerk reaction about this. And what they ended up doing really rolled back the state of security or the allowance for testing in the future for the state, and probably puts them in the worst place for testing, at least physical security. So they say no penetration tests of this nature, nothing after hours. So then they've gone to the public essentially with this case because this is dragged such through the media, and everyone knows now. Okay, no alarms go off at any places. You can literally walk right through. But now we're never going to test this again. It's never going to be fixed. And this is kind of the state of security as it goes from now on. Now, blast forward, I mean, almost a year from that, they actually are, I think, the second state to adopt a vulnerability disclosure program, which is amazing for them. But I think they kind of realized, oh my God, we sent a huge middle finger to the industry by arresting these guys because they wanted to improve our security, and we hired them to do it. And now nobody's ever going to work for us again. So I think they're starting to realize things a little bit. But they need to roll back those changes that they made to the law that really are going to impede testing from here on out.
Yeah. And those changes that they just made are just logical testing. It still doesn't relate to anything physical whatsoever.
Right.
And really, this is just for fun, but our charges were dropped, right? But it took them to the very, very, very last, like literally the last possible minute they could have done to drop our charges is when they finally dropped the charges. Like had they taken another hour or two, it would have gone to court the following day, because I was on like the Thursday or Friday or something. It actually would have went to court, and we would have had our initial hearing on whether or not we had enough. They had enough evidence to take it to a jury trial. That's all we got. I think we've got to zoom past this a little bit. We are working on an initiative, if you will, to try to make sure that this doesn't happen to anybody else that does any kind of red teaming. So we've teamed up with some wonderful people, and if you would like to join, then we've got our where's our link? Is it up there?
No, I don't think it's up there. If you search the Coalfire's site for the Protecting Ethical Hackers Initiative, you'll be able to find and get in touch with us there. So the whole thing after this is, okay, I mean, we got absolutely reamed by the legal system.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'm not sure if that link's valid. But it's something like that. So the takeaway here is, the state of security, it's not as bolstered or progressive as we'd like to be across the country. There's at least still pockets or states where things are decades behind where the state of security should be. So we're, one, trying to bring awareness to that, and then two, trying to get people more involved with our initiative with protecting ethical hackers. And then with the Hacking is Not a Crime Foundation is an organization that Coalfire is partnering with to spread awareness and kind of use proper terminology, and then get changes in the law actually down on the book, so we can prevent just asinine procedures like this from happening again to anybody else, because it's not fun. We got to speak at Bsides Orlando because of this, but really, I mean, as prestigious as it is, not worth the stress of being dragged through the legal system for 6 months, facing 7 years of prison time. So that's where we're at with it. And if you guys want to help support that, we would love it. We want to get in touch. We want to hear from you. So however we can make positive change after this. Thanks so much for the support.
Yeah, and you don't need to know the first thing about red teaming. You don't need to know the first thing about physical security. You don't even need to know anything about logical security or IT or anything. We're just looking for people to help, and the more people we have, the better, because this is going to be a very steep mountain to climb. That's it. Time for questions. You lost your audio again.
I think
It happens to the best of us.
No, I think that one was okay. I forgot I was out of the room for so long, and I actually did mute myself that time. So we'll see. So no, thank you for that. That is amazing, and I think the entire security kind of world was watching this, as you mentioned, Awareness Con, and we put a flag up there for that, and we've got that on the screen for I quickly found the ethical hacker protection link at Coalfire there, so everyone check that out. I put that in the comments. We did have a question up here. So for Jeremiah Johnson, did you guys change your procedures to keep someone on call in case of another incident like this? And I'll be frank, I had the same thought when I heard the story. I'm like, man, was somebody not like, hey, we're breaking into buildings, maybe? So has anything changed to make sure that, if that happens again, they get the call?
For our contact, they're always supposed to be available. That's why we have multiple contacts on the get out of jail free card. We'll typically have at least 3. So if something happens or somebody's phone breaks, or there's at least 2 other people. Unfortunately, in this incident, one of those gentlemen had his phone number was incorrect, and it was correct at one point. It got transposed at some point, being transferred, and it was incorrect. So when they looked over the original documentation, they said, "Yeah, that's good." Got transposed, and it was a mistake, probably on our part, for the transposition for the get out of jail free card. But we did get a hold of our contacts. However, on Coalfire's side, yeah, it's one of those things that it's never happened ever. No one has ever been charged. People, physical pen testers get stopped all the time. We even get held to make sure that we're telling the truth, and that's fine, and that's what we actually expected. But to actually get charged with a crime when you're doing your job and you're under contract, and they verified that you're doing your job and you're under contract, has never happened before. So yes, we have made sure that now when people are on site, that there is a contact from Coalfire that is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because obviously we don't want this to happen again. But at the time, everybody was sleeping, and whether or not they heard the phone or they didn't, or it was on mute, who knows? But
Gotcha. All right. And was it the Hack Not Crime Twitter? The hacking is not a crime. Is that what you were talking about?
Exactly.
We'll throw that into so on Twitter there, hack not crime. You can find out more about that advocacy group, and we'll put that in the comments as well. So doesn't look like we have any other questions. If you have any other questions, please throw them into the YouTube live chat. If not, again, very much appreciate your time. We'll wait here for just a second, and hopefully next time we'll, all this will be over and we'll be able to have you down. I mean, we already heard one is a Floridian, so you got to come hang out once we can.
Watch out for those Florida guys, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I am saying. So excellent. So what we'll do here is, again, thank you for your time. If you want to chat further, in track one's lobby, we're directing everyone back to Discord for kind of that lobby con kind of feeling. So Gary and Justin, thank you so much for taking the time. We'll take you out of the stream, and appreciate it. You have a good rest of your night.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, wait, hold on. We got one more. One question just came through. How you guys doing? They want to know, what did this do to you?
I'll take that, because Gary's a stone cold killer and I'm emotional, and this shit sucks. Honestly, it's this week I breached a major retailer using credential set of 1, 2, 3, 4, got access to millions of customer records. We draft up a flash report for this client to notify them in real time. This is externally accessible, no credentials, anything like that. And we notify them, and the only question they send back is, can we get your IPs that you used for testing? And just instantly, flashbacks, fuck, I'm going to jail because I breached this client, and now they want to come after me for this. So it takes a toll. There's crazy repercussions that come from it. And again, this is kind of what we're trying to prevent for everybody else, because it's an injustice. And the way that I look at the legal system now, it's a joke that. And some people in law enforcement still got to approach everybody neutral and give them the benefit of the doubt. But we encountered one very poor individual with law enforcement. The rest of the people were amazing. But still, yeah, it changes the way you approach your work and day-to-day life.
Yeah, my undergrad was started off in pre-law, and I hated being in the stacks and going through all the books. So my third year, I just switched to criminal justice and psychology. I was like, I have had enough of this. But you learn, and I think everybody is from childhood, right? You're guilty, or I mean, you're innocent until proven guilty.
Mhm.
But in one of the videos that we actually show, the sheriff, right after he arrests us, literally says, the burden of proof is on them. I don't care. That is the exact opposite of what we as Americans have been raised to believe from being little boys and girls. Like it's just that's what's ingrained into our culture, and it is not the case in a lot of law enforcement. Is the burden is on them. They can prove that they're the ones that are innocent, and it's not the way that it should be. Like we were 100% innocent. We did nothing wrong, but it took us 6 months to prove that we had done nothing wrong. So now you got to ask yourself, anytime you are doing anything, like what we do inherently is break the law, except we're having a little piece of paper that says it's okay. And like Justin says, now you're second guessing everything you do, not just at work, but anywhere. If I run this stop sign, if I don't see it, are they going to take me to jail and say, well, you killed somebody? Oh, no, I didn't. Prove it. And then there you are all over again, having to prove your innocence instead of the exact opposite, where they're supposed to have to prove you guilty. So yeah, it definitely changes your mindset on how the law works and how you interact with everything. And if I get into a fight at the store because somebody pushes me down, am I allowed to punch them back, or am I instantly going to go to jail? And then
Gary's got a record now, so cops pull up his name,
yes.
And he's got a mugshot. So this is the criminal. We got him.
And that doesn't go away. We've got that felony arrest on our records forever. It cannot be expunged, and we didn't do anything wrong, but yet here we are with a felony arrest. So the next time we're in a building, we're like, hey, we're here on security, and they're like, okay, let's run your background. Oh, you guys were both arrested for felony burglary? Yeah, we don't believe you anymore. You're going to jail.
That's rough. Yeah, no, that's I mean, you gotta wonder kind of what that does further down the road. Yeah, no, that's. So I'm the one thing I will say is I'm really glad that you're able to share your experience now, because it does. I think it tells a lot of the people that come to our conference and they're like, oh, I want to be the person that breaks into buildings and do that kind of stuff. And that's fun, but it's dangerous and it gets real fast. So thank you so much for sharing here. If you have time and you can go over into the Track One lobby.
Sounds like we won't be seeing Ian there in the Track One lobby.
I see you blinking, so I was like,
right. You're back. Okay.
That happens.
Not anymore. I don't know.
COVID. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably it. Cool. All right. You all have a good night.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. So that was an amazing and fascinating talk. And we've got another one coming up now. We've got Christopher Williams who will be joining us in just a moment here. And he's going to talk to us about binary exploitation of 64-bit ARM devices. So I just love how these are stacking up. You go from breaking into a building to getting down onto the silicon. So let's bring Christopher into the stream. And Christopher, how are you? Oh, you're on mute there. It wasn't me this time.
Yes.
It was me on mute before. Okay, excellent.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Absolutely. Sound great.
Okay. And if for some reason it gets a little garbled at some point, just let me know and I'll stop and let it catch up. I am on I live in the woods, so I'm on LTE wireless, and if there's a problem with the transmission, I can always pick up where I became garbled, but just let me know.
Not a problem. So we've got that private chat over to the side for the stream. So if you see that little thing ding up, just take a look at it. Oh, give it a second, and we'll do that. So no, that's great. So thank you for spending some time with us today. What we had talked about in the speaker orientation. I'm just going to put up your Twitter card again so we can do a nice clean edit. Are you going to be sharing any slides, or are you? Okay, go ahead. You can go ahead and share your slides now, and then I'll bring them into the stream here, and we'll get started. I'll bring up your Twitter card, and you can get right into your talk. So let me see slides here.
I'm looking for the application window here with it.
Oh, gotcha. Mm-hmm.
It's not showing me that separate application window here.
Using PowerPoint, Keynote.
Oh, here, it showed it for a second.
Let's see. Yeah. If you've got it minimized, you have to bring it up.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. There you are. Okay, cool. So I'm going to bring these into the stream here in a second. I'll pull up your Twitter card, and as soon as that comes down, just go ahead and get started. So again, thank you for your time, and thank you for being here. So let's get your card up. Wonderful.
All right. Can you guys see my slides?
Yep, we've got your slides on the screen. So you go ahead and proceed at will.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully everybody's doing well despite these challenging times. My name is Christopher Williams. I'm doing a presentation on binary exploitation of 64-bit ARM devices. Basically, 64-bit ARM devices power a lot of modern devices, things that we have in our homes, our phones, a lot of smart devices, a lot of devices that we connect to the internet and that a lot of folks don't give a lot of thought to. So we're relying on the device to keep our information secure. And so a lot of attack vectors on these devices. So we're going to take a little bit of a look at the binary exploitation methods for these devices. We're going to look at how attackers bypass some of the features like data execution protection, address space layout randomization, and non-executable stack protection. A little bit about me. I've been an ethical hacker for a long time. I've been a programmer, worn a number of hats, program in C, assembler, C++, Perl, PHP, Python, and I've done a little bit in just about every language at some point or another, because interesting projects, give you an opportunity to learn different programming languages, their strengths and their weaknesses and the right tools for the job. But still have a special place in my heart for C and assembler. And it took a while to warm up to Python, but I do a lot of Python and some PowerShell these days. I have a background in Unix and Linux. I'm also an active Red Hat certified engineer. I also have 7 years of IT management experience and 25 years of IT experience in systems engineering, DevOps, and InfoSec. My current role, I serve as a blue teamer on a really awesome team that I'm not going to embarrass them by identifying them by name, but they're the most awesome team, and I have an opportunity to learn a lot every day. So basically, want to give a shout out to all the blue teamers out there. I know the red team job gets a lot of visibility, and they do an awesome job. But I want to give a shout out to my fellow blue teamers out there. That's like 95% of us. In many cases, the unsung heroes. Where we protect our companies and our customers and whatnot. So why are we going to cover this topic? I'm not really teaching you guys how to do anything malicious here. This knowledge is for defense only, so that you know how to defend your devices, how important it is to secure your devices, and so you know how to basically to be able to pen test these sorts of devices. But awareness is very important. It's it's those unknown unknowns that you have to worry about. Not to sound like Mr. Rumsfeld, but basically we want these to be known knowns, and basically we want you to be able to understand where these devices are vulnerable, because that's key to protecting them, and it's also key to being able to determine the risk levels of your own assets, basically by knowing the attack vectors and the vulnerabilities. We're gonna before we get into the process for exploiting these devices, I want to talk a little bit about the architecture. If you're like me, a lot of you have come from basically mostly x86 and x86 64 machines. This is not the same code. These are not. This is the assembler code, and the shell code is going to look considerably different. It's a different architecture, And therefore, we're going to go over some of the prerequisites so that you guys understand the 64-bit ARM. And 64-bit ARM is even different, considerably different than 32-bit ARM with the A64 instruction set. We want to cover some of that. I cut my teeth originally on 6502 and Z80 type processors. But for most of the last 20 years, dealing with x86 and x86 64, there's a lot of things that you're used to. And therefore, hopefully, I can give you some of the prerequisite knowledge to understand ARM a little bit better, because many of us use these devices, but we don't understand these as well as the PCs, unless you're developing for it. ARM processors are based on a RISC architecture. RISC stands for Reduced Instruction Set CPU. And basically, the reduced instruction set basically simplifies the CPU so that there's less instructions, but they can be chained together to run simply and efficiently, versus a CISC architecture where you have your complicated, your complex instruction set architecture. And basically, for your CISC architecture, that would be your PCs and the extended instructions, and things like PCs and GPUs, and your single instruction multiple data extensions that were added to around the time of the Pentium 2 line. The Intel architecture and the AMD architecture became even more complex, and they added extensions like 3D Now and SIMD and SIMD2, and basically a lot of CPU macros for dealing with data, but it complicates the instruction set a bit. It makes the code less portable back and forth to earlier architectures and to other machines, but it also means that there's more microcode in the processor, that you're relying on these processor instructions and macros to do more, whereas RISC tries to be more power efficient and basically to have a simple instruction set that you can streamline, which is important especially for your embedded devices, where you want to be able to run on low power. You don't want the silicon to cost as much, so that your devices are more affordable for consumers. And that's the reason that ARM is based on RISC. There's really, I have yet to see a very pure RISC implementation. There are always some complicated instructions that are added to it. And even though ARM is considered RISC, there are some single instruction multiple data opcodes in the mnemonic set. So basically, 64-bit ARM is little endian byte order on modern ARM. There were some early ARM processors that were big endian, but modern ARM is little endian by default. That's really, something that's configurable. You can switch to big endian, but it's not commonly used because everybody's pretty much been used to developing on PCs, which are little endian architecture. And for those of you, who are not as experienced in development, what are we talking about little endian and big endian? It has to do with the byte order that the data is laid out in. In little endian, basically the least significant bits are first. Whereas in big endian, the most significant bytes, basically the bytes that translate to the larger addresses are first. And it's always a consideration, because on the network, you have to translate from host to network byte order, and network byte order is big endian. For those of you who write in C and in other languages, you have to, a lot of the time, perform a host to network byte order translation on a lot of the data structures for building up things like TCP sockets and things like that. So it's basically a concern, when you're porting applications and for communications. Now let's get into the syntax for 64-bit ARM. It's referred to as A64 syntax on 64-bit ARM. Also called AARch64, which is if you're running a Linux host, that's how the architecture will identify itself as AARch64. Individual processes, I should say, are able to use more than 4 gigabytes. And for A64, in contrast to 32-bit ARM, which you may or may not be familiar with, there's a thumb mode. Well, in A64, there's no thumb mode. So, thumb mode, for those of you who haven't used 32-bit ARM, it's a basically 16-bit mode to basically be able to write smaller, assembler code, basically using 16-bit offsets and a reduced set of instructions to create some streamlined code. And you can mix and match it with 32-bit ARM code. But this is not allowed in 64-bit, in A64. So A64 has no thumb mode, and you can't mix the A32 and the thumb code, which is also referred to as T32. That's illegal in 64-bit ARM. You can run 32-bit ARM binaries in compatibility mode, but you can't mix that in your instructions. So it's important to remember that, because if you're trying to use any shell code, let's say you find some nice shell code on GitHub and it's written for ARM, but it's for 32-bit, you're not going to be able to attack a 64-bit binary mixing in 32-bit shell code or any T32 thumb code. You can't mix it. It's not compatible. 864 uses a different syntax, and but if you find a 32-bit binary running on a 64-bit host, you can make that part of your attack vector. But we're not going to get into A32, T32 instructions today. That's outside the scope of our talk. Let's get into some of the details of the 64-bit ARM processor. Basically, the 64-bit ARM has 31 general purpose registers. Basically, these are used for, for the bulk of your work. The registers are named X0 through X30. They are 64-bit wide, and you're also able to address the 32 low order bits via W0 through W30. But a write to W0 through W30 will clear all of the higher order bits. So remember, if you write to those, you're going to zero out the top 32 bits in the address in the register. When it comes to 64-bit ARM, it's a requirement to keep the stack 16-bit aligned. You will receive hardware errors. This is hardware enforced. Unlike other architectures, if you trash the stack, the hardware is going to throw a fault. So basically, here I have an example of storing values basically from the 8-bit aligned onto the stack. That will not work. Basically, pushing 8-bit values onto the stack, even if you push one after the other. What you want to do is basically, in this case, we write 2 different registers, 2 different basically sets of 8 bytes, so that we have a 16-byte aligned write to the stack. And the stack on ARM64 will expand downwards. we'll get into that a little more, when we start talking about, what you want to do to get your shellcode to operate. But it's imperative to remember that basically everything that you write to the stack must be 16-bit aligned, or it's not going to work. You also have 31 floating point registers, and these are used for a few of the single instruction, multiple data instructions and floating point instructions. Basically, like I said before, there is no pure RISC architecture. Even though ARM is based on RISC, we do have some single instruction multiple data opcodes. The floating point registers are 128 bits wide. They're addressed as V0 through V30, and you can also split them up and address the 64 lower order bits, or even the 32 lower order bits, via D0 through D30 and S0 through S30. So it's possible to use smaller primitives, but when you write to those, you're going to zero out the higher order bits in that register. Now, in 64-bit ARM, we also have some reserved registers that are normally used for exceptions and privileges. These are EL0 through EL4. I'm sorry, EL0 through EL3. They require privileges. They're addressed as SCTLR underscore and then the register number. And the opcodes for interacting with them usually are MRS, which basically reads from the system register, and MSR, which writes to the system register. All right, so let's get to some of the operations for 64-bit ARM devices. In terms of operations, we do not have any conditionals like we have on some earlier ARM CPUs. Basically, the only operands that support branching are the branch operators. So you have the main branch operator, which is the B for branch, and then the rest of the instruction will be, for example, EQ for equals. Then you have some of your compare and branch instructions, compare and branch 0, compare and branch non-zero, CBZ, CBNZ. And then you also have test bit branches where you have TBZ and TBNZ. Also, you have your single instruction multiple data vector functions. For example, floating point add, floating point multiply, floating point subtract, floating point division. And you also have some instructions for loading and data into a register from a memory location, and for storing data from a register to a memory location. You have LDR and STR. Now, you will not have any push or pop instructions for directly popping things onto the stack and off of the stack. So that will take some getting used to for you folks who are used to your push and pop on x86 and whatnot. The arithmetic logic unit has several flags: negative, 0, carry, and overflow. And you can combine a S operator to operands in order to be able to set flags. For example, the add mnemonic becomes ADDS. Sub becomes sub S, and that will set the flags when you assign or perform that instruction. You'll use move to assign a constant or registers content. Basically, here we'll use one of the general purpose registers. That's the sixth one, because we begin 0 indexed from X0 through X30. So here we're writing the decimal value 1 to register 5, and MVN will write the bitwise logical not of the content. So in this case, we basically write the value of register 8 to register 7. Now in 64-bit ARM, in order to make system calls, we call it a supervisor call. The supervisor call will basically call the kernel services. For example, you know, your system read, system write, you know, all of your kernel functions. Which is important because when you're writing shellcode, you don't want to be making C library calls. It makes your code a lot more complex. It's much easier to target and to create compact shellcode when you're using system calls. Basically, you know, and that's true of most architectures. So if you've done some shellcode on x86 or x86-64, you already know that to keep it compact, you usually want to use functions directly instead of going through libc. You know, you can call libc functions or functions within the code as well, but you know, a lot of the time you want to try and invoke the system calls if you can. However, things like data execution protection and non-executable stacks have made it more difficult to drop in shellcode that includes sys calls. So we'll get into you know, a little more of the living off the land type techniques that we have to use later. But for the most part, you know, you want to keep your code compact, and therefore you know, it's important to understand that you know, how to invoke the kernel, because there's going to be times you're going to be using gadgets as well, and we'll get into those later. You know, just understand that instead of calling interrupt 80 or instead of call syscall like you would on 32-bit or 64-bit PCs, you're going to be using this service call. And it will elevate basically the system service level as well when it switches into privileged mode, because the ARM processor has that hardware enforced access to privileged calls. All right, so let's go ahead and look at some 64-bit ARM code. We'll show some examples of some shell code. You know, I've created a little bit some examples in both C and in assembler. And basically, we'll go ahead and switch and take a look at some of that code. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at some ARM shell code here. Basically, we'll look at one here that is shell code for basically opening a shell. Well, actually, let me start with something a little more basic. We'll open up, you know, a simple, you know, some of you may not be familiar with familiar with ARM, so we'll go over some of the basics. Here we have a, you know, our entry point. Basically, we're putting into register 8 the number of the syscall, which is 64 in this case for write. We're putting into register 2 the length of our message. and we're putting into general purpose register 1 the address of the message itself. Then we're putting into register 0 the stream that we want to write to, which is 1 is the constant for std out, and then we call service 0 to call the kernel, and then next we're going to go ahead and call we're going to call the exit function.
Hey, Chris, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is there a way for you to zoom in on that or make that text bigger if possible? It's very, very small on the screen. That's a little better. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just for the viewers and whatnot, because you're doing really interesting stuff, and I know you're really on it. So we generally don't jump into the stream, but yeah, make it as big as you can. Honestly, it wouldn't hurt if that's the largest. Great. If you can go bigger, awesome.
Yeah, sorry, I have a large monitor and I try and fit a lot on the screen. Let me see if I can bump up the size a little bit.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's see. Here we go. Let me try and increase the size of this font for you guys.
There
How's
we
that?
go. That is beautiful. Awesome. Thank you. I'm going to drop out and let you get back to it.
All right. Yeah, I want you guys to be able to see this stuff, so I appreciate the feedback there. Yeah, this is our first little ARM program. If you've never written for ARM, but you've written for x86, you're going to see it looks a little bit different. You know, if you're familiar with making kernel calls, you know, this should be familiar. Although you're going to see different constants for your syscalls and whatnot. In the case of AARch64, you know, basically 64 is the read, the sys read or the read call to the kernel, and 93 decimal 93 is the exit call, sometimes referred to as sysexit or exit. So basically, what we're setting these parameters up. Register 8 is always going to have your the syscall that you're making, and your parameters are going to go in register 0, 1, 2. Although you can always go ahead and check your documentation to make sure that that you're putting the parameters into the right registers, you know, based on the arguments that the syscall takes. So we'll go ahead and run this. And then we'll do. And as you see, we're writing this for 64-bit ARM, just to show you here that we're on an ARM machine. There's our architecture, and we're running in 64-bit mode. And let's go ahead and run this. Let's see. Do here. Must have done something here. But, I must have changed something as binary last minute here. Let's see. Yeah, I must have changed something there when I was playing around with it the other day with my examples, but basically, and someone didn't like, it's not dumping my string now. Let's see. But anyway, here's our disassembly of it. I'm going to move on to a different example because I don't want to waste time on this one. This was just a basic example of shellcode on ARM. I'll move on to one that actually opens a shell. This one's going to be a little more interesting. What this one is going to do basically is we're going to invoke a shell by calling the exe CVE syscall, and this one basically we'll take the null terminated string bin sh and pass it as the path. Now there's a special register called ZXR, which will basically just return zeros. It's kind of like talking to dev null or a zero generator. So when you move that to a register, it basically zeros the register. It's basically the same as storing a zero in it, but it's it's basically optimized. So even if you were to write C code, it's very likely that the compiler would generate basically a move of XZR to the register in order to zero it out, because it's one of the it's efficient for the platform. So in this case, we're going to set register 2 to 0 for the environment pointer. We're going to set register 1 to 0 for the arguments. We're going to set register 0 to the address of the path that we're going to pass in. And then we're going to set register 8 to 221, which is the syscall for exe CVE. And then we're going to call the kernel. Now, basically, I'm using a template that calls the exit and returns 0, but we're actually not going to ever hit this part of the code because exe CVE is going to replace the process. So we'll actually never get down here to these instructions because we're calling this particular syscall exe CVE. So let's go ahead and run this. And as you see, it invoked a subshell here. It basically calls bin.sh. Let's look at a more complex example because this is going to look a little bit more like. Now, don't get me wrong. There are some times when you have to keep your code compact, and you're basically just going to want to call bin.sh to try and spawn a shell. But in this case, we're going to look at a more complex example that attempts to set up a listener. All right. So in this case, what we're doing is we're going to live off the land and use netcat here. I figured everybody's familiar with netcat. Now, it would be possible to go in and basically make all of the syscalls to basically set up a socket and a listener. But the code would have become much more complicated, and I'm not sure that I could have covered all of it within the talk. So I'm keeping this one a little bit simpler, and I'll go over an example of some shellcode that does that. It's a little more complex, but this one I want to cover in a little more detail, because I think it's going to help you if you want to write some exploits just to go over some of these concepts here. Basically, we've set up some strings here for the basically calling out netcat. First, we set up the path that we're going to pass, the path to the executable, and then we're setting up our arguments, which I've named AR0 through AR5, and I set these up as null terminated strings. But we have to do a little work to format this to be able to pass it to the exe CVE syscall. Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to start off by putting these onto the stack. We're going to use register 1 and register 2 as our workhorses. And the first thing that we're going to do, because these string arrays need to be null terminated, and because it's imperative to align the stack on 16 bits, the first thing we're going to do is drop 2 zeros in, and we're going to use the STP mnemonic to write those to the stack. Remember, we can't use pop and push for our stack like we're used to on some other architectures. So basically, we're going to set register 1 and 2 to zeros, and we're going to push them basically onto the stack. Basically, starting at the stack minus 16. It's possible to basically, push that onto the stack pointer, because remember, our stack pointer is going to grow downward. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to take the address of argument 5, because we have to do this in reverse order, so that remember, our stack is basically growing downwards. So we're going to put the arguments that we want lower or last, lower, so that basically we read the earlier arguments first. So it may seem a little unusual if you're not used to assembler code, but a lot of times we have to put things in backwards. So we're putting in first argument 5, which is our invocation, having netcat invoke this binary, and argument 4, which is the basically the switch to tell netcat to execute. And if you've ever set up netcat, listeners, basically this can be familiar to you. But this is a case of a very easy live off the land backdoor that we can demonstrate invoking in shellcode. So we're going to be dropping those first 2 arguments into register 1 and register 2. And then basically we're going to do a 16-bit aligned write onto the stack. Next, we're going to repeat the same process, but for argument 2 and argument 3, which is the port and the port number itself. So we're writing that onto the stack. And then we're writing, argument 1 and argument 0, which in C would be your, ARGV1 and ARGV0, which is the binary. The name of the binary itself is usually ARGV0. So we're going to drop those onto the stack. And then we're going to set up our system call. So we're not going to pass any environmental variables. So we're going to zero out the pointer to the environmental variable structure. So register 2 is going to get a 0. Register 1, though, we're going to put the stack pointer basically into register 1, which is going to point to that structure that we just built up. And then into register 0, we're going to write our path to the binary. Then register 8, which, as you recall from the previous examples, that's the one that's going to hold our syscall numbers. We're going to basically drop the syscall number for exe CVE into there. We're going to call our kernel service. And basically, if everything happens successfully, we're never going to get here. Although if there was some problem with this, then we'll fall through. So it's always good to, in case there's an error, to add your syscall to it. That's why I add this and don't just stop there. As you see, we separate our, our code segment from our data segment. And normally this is going to be, your data and your stack are going to be non directly. So let's go ahead and run this. Let's see. And, you know what? Let's see which port we put this on. This was 7777. You know what? Let me make sure one of my other examples wasn't running on 7777. So I have a couple examples I set up here. Let's see. Okay, I am using 777. So let me change this. Oh, no, I don't want to edit the binary. We're going to change our port here to use 8080, which I know is open on this machine. Now we'll assemble it. And then we will go ahead and link it. And we'll go to another terminal here. And oh, wait a minute. Here we go. And now we'll do and as you see, we have our shell running, our simulated backdoor on this host. So we've popped the shell here, and as you can see, that would be the ARM code to basically inject a netcat shell into a process. So that code is included in the samples, and at the end of the presentation, I'm going to give you guys a link to a tar.gz file that has most of the source code in there, and I may update that and put some other trinkets in there. But for now, I think I have most of the source code that I'm using in this presentation, in there. So enjoy. You have some samples to play with, and just so you know how I'm setting this up and doing this, I'm using QEMU AARch 64 emulation to be able to run 64-bit ARM on top of an x86 64 architecture. This machine has 8 cores and quite a bit of RAM, so I can simulate ARM on x86 64, which is great because you don't want to blow up your IoT devices, when you're playing around. You can target a VM. All right, so let's move along here so that we have some time left for questions afterwards. I'm going to go ahead and switch back to my slides. Oh, you know what? Before I go back to my slides, let's go in here real quick and look at this C shell code for a minute. Here's some more examples here real quick. I believe I included these in the tarball. If not, I'll add them. But this, for example, is another function I didn't set up in C, which calls back to another host and opens up a shell, and we'll see what it looks like real quick in ARM, so you get to see a more complex example. But if you're interested in that, go ahead and feel free to open it up. From the samples I provided. I want to move along and make sure we cover all the material. And I don't want to go too deep into these code examples and not cover some of the other stuff. So let me go ahead and switch back to my slide presentation. All right. All right, let's see. All right, so we looked at some code. Now let's talk about some of the security features. Some of the security features basically that are included in the ARM architecture are the NX bit, the non-executable bit. There's stack protection where they'll drop stack cookies, as well as address space layout randomization. And let's look at a basic exploit here because we are able to exploit heap corruption and use after free. So let's go into a quick heap exploit. Let me switch into that code real quick. Let's see. All right. In this case, we've written a little some Python code here, which will exploit the heap. Basically, what we're going to do is drop a payload in here. In this case, just to save time, we basically found that the heap can be corrupted, but we can't actually drop code on there to execute. But we found that there's basically this code is calling the system function in order to generate the date. So basically, what we're going to do here is drop a reverse shell basically into this binary by overwriting part of the string. And let's look at we'll look at the code for that real quick. We have a vulnerable, basically C application, and even though it's not using gets, it's using fgets. You'll notice a little bug here, where we have a 100 character buffer, but we're basically reading up to 1,000 characters. So it's possible to overwrite the next structure in memory here. So as you can see, we can when we do the write, we can grab significantly more bytes and overwrite the data in that. Let's see. Let me see if I can find the. Oh, I'm not seeing the variables here because I'm dropping the code. But basically, what you're looking to do is overwrite this status command here. So let's go ahead and run that. we have this vulnerable binary running on a TCP port. So instead of basically answering it, it's going to. We have a shell listening here that we had it reach out to, and let's see. Make sure that we have our listener going. Oh, that's what I'm doing wrong here. Make sure I got my listener started. All right, so on my host, I've got a listener running on port 9000, and we're going to pop this. We're going to overwrite that buffer with our code that we're dropping in. And while it would be a little more elegant to drop executable code, remember in many cases we can't execute the code depending on where we're writing it to. So we have to kind of live off the land and see what functions and what gadgets we can find. And I'll get into ROP in a second. But basically what we've done, instead of executing the time function, we overwrote that. And now it's called our code. So what we should have here is a shell. And we do. So we'll read our flag here, and basically, if this file in here was a document we wanted to exfil, or if we were in a CTF and we were grabbing the flag here, we've now achieved our objective, and we can basically access things on the host. So we have access to the host here. And let's see. All right, so we let's move along. We'll go to the next example. Let's see. Back to my slides. Okay. So basically, that's how you would exploit the heap. If you're able to get code on there to run, or if code won't run and you have to inject logic, and exploit a string buffer, and either get it to read a file or be able to inject code to read instructions, or other mischief. Basically, in order to defeat address space layout randomization, what we want to do is disclose addresses. And disclosing addresses is best done, when you can exploit a string format error. So I'm going to real quick show you how you would basically be able to drop that into, dump that information. And let's see, let me go back to the shell here. Here we'll go ahead and look at a function here that has a vulnerability. Let's see. All right, so we're going to drop our we're gonna use Python to inject a payload here. And as you can see, basically what we've done is we've used the the fact that we have a string format vulnerability to be able to drop the pointer addresses. And then in order to exploit a binary where ASLR is engaged, you have to write your shellcode to basically read that address back and calculate the offsets. And then we'll get into crafting an ROP return-oriented programming exploit using ROP chains. But basically, wanted to talk a little bit about how we're going to get those addresses that in order to exploit a binary that uses this protection. And let's go ahead and look at our Python function here. So basically, what we're doing here is we're dropping in a. If you're familiar with sprintf or printf, what we're doing is we're injecting code into the program to exploit the string format error. So instead of giving it input, we're actually giving it format strings. And basically what that will do is that will cause the printf or fprintf to look beyond the buffer, basically to insert additional arguments, and it will cause it to dump pointer addresses, which is one of the best ways that it really beats blind injection for attacking ASLR. This way you can actually dump some pointers and begin to craft your exploits. Let's see. Go back to the slides for a second. Almost done here. I'm hoping to get through this quickly so that so you guys have some time for some questions. Okay, so basically, to be able to conduct exploits efficiently on 64-bit ARM, what we're going to do is basically we're going to be looking for what are called gadgets, because we're not able to inject a lot of code into the binaries. We're going to look for existing functions and basically chain those together in order to be able to accomplish a task. So anything that basically uses registers and then returns is a good opportunity to drop the address of that gadget, that snippet, into the stack, and then when it hits the return, it'll come back, and then we drop the address of another gadget. And basically, for 64-bit ARM exploits, a lot of the time your exploits are basically going to be chains of gadgets or snippets that you're calling, that you're putting onto the stack. Now, if the stack size is insufficient, and basically we don't have we're worried we may not have enough room, or the code basically is doing things to the stack as well. What we can do is if we obtain control of the stack pointer, we can change the address and move the stack and grow it, and have our own working stack and switch back and forth if we're able to gain control of SP of the stack pointer. And basically, because we're a little pressed for time, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do the next two demos really quick. But the basically hunting for return-oriented programming functions, as well as using chains. But in order to use a return-oriented programming chain, we're going to we have to obtain and analyze the binary, or we have to fuzz it. If ASLR is active, as we showed, we have to dump an address. Then we use that address to calculate the offsets of functions or gadgets. We format the gadgets in any shellcode for injection. You'll see one of the shell scripts that I included is called Shellify, and basically what that does is that formats binary code basically to be injected into a payload. And then we have to encode and decode nulls, because we don't want a null to terminate a operations. We're going to encode those and then decode those inside our exploit to remove any nulls that might truncate the payload. And then we're normally going to set up a delivery script using either pawn tools or netcat to be able to deliver it remotely. And I'll show an advanced return-oriented program exploit if I have a sec here. Let me stop and let's see. Okay, so
Christopher, I was going to say, before you get too far into there, we're right at the end of that hour slot. I just want to make sure. Is there a stopping point here that we could maybe get to, because we want to make sure that our next speaker gets started?
I'm sorry. Yeah, we're on the second to last slide, so I apologize. I haven't had a lot of chance, due to COVID, to practice this.
No.
I'm going to be presenting this at a couple conferences earlier in the year, which got canceled. But yeah, I'm on my second to last slide. So if you guys want me to go through this real quick, basically,
I'm seeing the next speaker. So yeah, go ahead and wrap up. Thank you. Awesome. Okay. Great. Thank you.
All right, there's basically a tool that we use called ROP gadget, and we can pass it a binary, and basically what it will do is it will drop a list of return-oriented programming gadgets, and the gadgets are basically little functions that we're going to live off the land. So you run this ROP gadget tool on a binary, and it will give you all of the gadgets that you can use in your shellcode. Let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and run this exploit here. Here we're going to run an entire exploit. Basically, we're going to run a delivery script, against the payload, the ROP chain that we created, and we're going to run it on a port. And if we're successful, we'll get shell here. Oh, I'm sorry. This one doesn't use the shell. What this one does is it reads flag.txt. So in this case, we read back off of the host and pulled off the flag. We executed a read call through read the flag. Once again, my apologies for running a little bit long here. I'm going to show my last slide, which has a link in it, and basically, well, let's see. So what I was hoping to do was get to some questions, but I wanted to say big thank you to Bsides Orlando and the InfoSec community. All of you guys rock day in, day out. Appreciate your time. Basically, I've put up some example code on the website beaverlake.ctf.org/AAR64/samplecode.tgz. Go ahead and play with it. I may add some more snippets up there. And I'm going to put some of these challenges up eventually in a CTF and share it. I don't know if we have any time left for questions, but if we do, you're welcome to ask questions. If not, I'm going to try and hang out in the chat room for a little bit to take questions. But I appreciate it, and my apologies for running a little bit over.
It happens. We had a major Discord issue this morning. Discord went down, so things happen. So just wanted to make sure that you had a chance to wrap up and that we could do everything, because honestly, it's fascinating. It looks like dark magic to me. I am not that person that you're. So I was fascinated by just seeing the little bits and bobs you're changing and able to do this, and it's incredible. So like I said at the top, it's just great to see. We've got social engineering at the top with the keynote, and then like all the way down to the silicon. It's all there. So Christopher, thank you for your time. Yes, if anyone who has any questions, please jump over into the Track One lobby, do the LobbyCon thing, and what we'll do is we'll get in with our next speaker, Kevin Cody. Christopher Williams, thank you for your time.
Thank you, everybody, and God bless.
Indeed. All right, so that was Christopher Williams, and going through all kinds of bits and bytes that I think if I live to be 100, I will not understand even a tenth of the level. So that was fascinating to see that broken down. Our next speaker that we're going to bring up is a fan favorite, if you will, and definitely a friend of the show. So Kevin Cody, he is going to be talking to us about time for a CORS correction, and man, I do love a bit of a word pun. So let's bring Kevin into the stream. Kevin, how are you, sir?
Good. How's everyone doing?
Not too shabby. So we will go through and get you started here. Thank you for being patient. I know we were talking in the private chat, and it's always nice to see another speaker. It's just like, no, let's wrap it up and go through it. So thank you for that. So we'll just jump right into it so that you can get started. So if you have slides here, I see them, and we will pull those in, and I will drop out. And thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Ian. Appreciate it. So hello, everybody. If we haven't met, my name is Kevin Cody, and I'm going to be talking about CORS today. I also like the word pun, but I think a better title for this presentation might be CORS vulnerabilities are worse than CSRF. Change my mind. We'll get down into the nitty-gritty of what that means and what we're getting at here today. But to back up a second, we are going to be talking about CORS. CORS, if you're not familiar, is the cross-origin resource sharing specification. And if you are new to web development or just getting kind of started on some front end stuff, CORS might be the bane of your existence. It's an interesting spec that can cause a lot of concern and overall strife. So let's dig in. Let's definitely get into all the nitty gritty details of CORS. So what we're going to be going over today, web applications in 2020. What's happening here in web apps, and why is CORS so important? What is the same origin policy? So kind of higher up in the chain of specifications and RFCs is same origin policy, or SOP. And then we'll get down into what is cross-origin resource sharing and why does it matter. Then we'll get into some common security concerns with CORS, right? That's why everyone's here, I'm sure. And then there is a tool that a buddy of mine, Tim Tomes, and I released back in DerbyCon last year. And I'll tease that a little bit. The code is open source, so you can have your hand at that. And then we'll wrap up with some final thoughts. So a little bit about me. My name is Kevin Cody. I'm at Kev Cody on Twitter. I am from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I happen to work for a autonomous vehicle firm. I get to hack on and or around autonomous vehicles, which is a blast. That is my day job. Although, as with many of you, I'm sure sometimes I spend most of my day in Splunk and in meetings. But I do get a chance to dive deep into vehicle and web and mobile and all that fun stuff. I'm a bit of a vulnerability stumble uponer. I just happen to fall ass first into a lot of stuff. I don't know, call it just right place, right time, call it a weird sense of intuition. I don't know what it is, but I have this tendency just to fall into things, and they happen to be some interesting fun. I do run the OWASP chapter, OWASP Pittsburgh chapter here in town, although COVID has lessened those meetings lately. But if you happen to be in Pittsburgh, hit me up. Hopefully one day we'll have in-person meetings again. And outside of that, I'm a husband, dad, hacker, lockpicker, DIY via YouTube, all that fun stuff. All right, so let's get into this. The state of web apps in 2020. So what are we seeing out there, right? A lot of single page applications, very JavaScript and client side heavy. Sometimes we're seeing JavaScript apps that are client side only. There is no server, right? It's all happening on your local machine. It's playing multimedia. It's doing this stuff, right? So JavaScript rules the day. Asynchronous communications, right? Things started off with like Bayou or Comet D, if you're familiar, in maybe Salesforce land that might be familiar, long polling, and then we kind of graduated to WebSockets and HTTP2 for stateful communications. These things, comms are very heavy in web apps today because you want that really seamless type of communications. And of course, everyone's favorite word, microservices, right? Well, the thing about microservices that you may or may not realize is one of the biggest heavy things of microservices is the strong use of sub or super domains, right? We're talking the TLD, and then you have the super domain or just the domain, right? And then subdomains and even further down the tree. And those are heavily used in microservices. And what happens with that is you have these services that need to talk to each other or talk to a browser. And when they're on different subdomains, some things can get a little bit janky. So that leads us to the same origin policy. What is it? Well, the same origin policy at its core means same protocol, the same host, and the same port, right? So if I were running a server, say 2020.bsidesorlando.org, we'll have it on 80 for this case. Of course, it's on 443 out there on the web today. And say I want to communicate with other servers or other domains in that same service. So I want to communicate with the HTTPS version. Well, no. Same origin policy blocks that because it has to be the same protocol, the same host, and the same port. Okay, so I want to talk to Bsidesorlando.org, right? Just one get rid of the subdomain. I want to talk to the super domain or the proper domain. No, this is 2020.bsidesorlando.org, right? Same origin policy blocks that. Same with the API.bsidesorlando.org. I just threw a port on the end of it just for the sake of illustrations, right? It's got to be the same protocol, host, and port across things. Now, this is something that is enforced by the browser, and it applies to services supporting browser-based web apps, of course. What does this do? Why do we have the same origin policy thing? Well, it restricts the impact of cross-site scripting, right? JavaScript rules the day. We have these scripts that are running in our browsers, and if any willy-nilly script communicate with any service on any website, it would be complete mayhem, right? So cross-site scripting in the sense of the attack is interesting because you're embedding a script in that source and you're able to communicate and talk within that protocol, host, and port. But could you imagine if you could talk to any protocol, any host, any port with any script out there? It would be absolute mayhem, right? So it definitely restricts the impact of literal cross-site scripting, not even the attack, but just any script being able to communicate with anything. But one thing to note, again, and I tease this in the title, it doesn't restrict cross-site request forgery. So let's dive in. Same origin policy applied. So we have the browser, we have the app, and we have a third-party service on some other port, host, etc. So the browser does a GET request. The app returns back HTML, JavaScript, cascading style sheets, right? The big three. And then the browser does a cross-origin request to a different third party, or at least it attempts to. But what happens? No data comes back. The browser says, wait a second, you cannot talk to a third party with scripts that are embedded in this application because of the same origin policy. So you might be thinking to yourself, wait, this happens all the time. How is this 2020? How are we doing this kind of stuff? And this boils down to the cross-origin resource sharing, or CORS, that we talked about at the top of the talk. So CORS is a server-controlled mechanism to bypass the same origin policy. Now, I should say server controlled. What that really boils down to, it's actually enforced at the browser, but it's pushed by the server. So in other words, if my server wants to be able to talk to another server on a different host, protocol, or port, it can say, yes, we allow that communication. At the end of the day, it's up to the browser to actually enforce that directive, but it is controlled by the server to approve list or deny list that communication. It removes the need to do these server-side mashups. So if you were familiar with the web, say, prior to 2010, what used to happen is all of this cross-domain stuff, all of the building was actually taking place on your server side. So say you came in and you said, okay, I want to go to Kevin Cody's dashboard. And my dashboard was pulling in all this information from all these disparate hosts. I would have to mash that up on the server side and then deliver it to you in one kind of clean bundle. There was a lot of resource intensity on my host, et cetera. Well, this removes that need, and it allows the client side to communicate to all those different APIs across the web, even across origins with JavaScript. Now, there's two types of cross-origin requests. We have simple CORS requests and pre-flighted CORS requests. So what does a simple cross-origin request look like? Well, we have our browser, app, and third party again. The browser sends a GET request to the app. The app returns HTML, JavaScript, cascading style sheets. The browser then sends a cross-origin request. And the third party returns a access control allow origin header and the data. And this works because a simple request, basically a GET request, is defined as allowing that process to take place. So you can pull down JavaScript, you can pull down, say, static resources, etc. Now, what does a pre-flighted request look like? Well, basically, your browser does that first portion again. Get to the app, HTML, JavaScript, CSS back. The pre-flight request goes by. Now, this is seen by the options HTTP method. So folks may be familiar with the options method, and basically that has kind of been rebranded to a pre-flight request, because what's happening is you're sending this pre-flight request, and with it, you're being returned a bunch of headers that then the browser and or application can parse and take its next step. And that pre-flight request says, hey, yes, you can talk to this other domain via this other application, right? A third party domain. And these are the rules in which you're allowed to talk to me. Basically, the origin and the methods, and if you are allowed to use credentials and all this jazz. And then the browser says, okay, great. Now that I have that information, I can make a more complicated type of request. So say a post request or a put or a delete, because the third party site says, yes, scripts running on this first party site are allowed to interact with this third party site in X, Y, Z ways. All right, so if you're swimming already, I apologize, CORS is a little confusing. I highly recommend you go out to MDN, the Mozilla Developer Network docs. If you hadn't heard, Mozilla recently did some layoffs. It's some of the best resources out there. There's specifically one on CORS. Please go out, please support Mozilla. Their documentation is second to none, and read up on CORS. But we're going to keep rolling here. So what are some CORS security concerns, right? What are we looking at? So what we want to do. Okay, so we're back on 2020 bsidesorlando.org. And what we want to do is we want to send a post request to the tickets path of Eventbrite, right? I'm just making this stuff up. But say Bsides Orlando wanted to send a post request for speaker Kevin Cody to get a ticket, okay? That makes sense, right? And this can be seen by the origin, is the origin hosting the script, and the host is the host in which we're communicating to. So we're coming from bsidesorlando.org, and we are going to Eventbrite/tickets, and we're posting data. So what does the browser do? The browser says, hey, eventbrite.com/tickets, what will you allow me to do? I'm coming from bsidesorlando.org. These are the content types. This is my user agent, etc. And the server from Eventbrite says 200. Okay, sure, you can chat with me, no problem, right? But nothing works. It doesn't have, nothing happened. And I took the media out of this slide because I didn't know if it was going to work. But if you're interested in some good Coors humor, please go out to Cassie Doo's Twitter feed. I have the link here, or just search Cassie Doo on Twitter, Coors. There's a phenomenal video. But we're familiar with the Coors errors, or if you are digging down into Coors, this screen may look more familiar to you, right? The dreaded XML HTTP request error in Chrome DevTools, right? Blocked, can't do this cross origin stuff. So we're blocked by the same origin policy. This is default, right? This functionality I'm sorry, it's the default condition. Functionality to our applications is super important. It's why we have jobs. It's why our companies make money, and broken apps means no money. So we got to get over this hurdle. We got to figure out why we're getting blocked by the same origin policy. What are we doing wrong here? And this is usually why we have insecure configurations, why we have default bad practices, because you're like, hey, this Coors thing, I'm being blocked by same origin policy. Let's tweak this and just make sure it works. We just got to get this thing out the door. So the dev makes some changes. All right, so the browser does this again. No change. Options request, pre-flight, to Eventbrite/tickets. And this time, the server comes back and says, hey, HTTP 200, but access control allow origin asterisk. Yes, you can communicate. Any domain can communicate to /tickets. Great, right? And it works. We're getting data back. We can send that post request now that the pre-flight worked. We're good to go. But let's be honest here. For posting data to another site, we're probably going to want some authentication around that. So this isn't going to work for auth. So the developer goes back and makes some more changes, right? It's not going to be an unauthenticated request. We got to do some type of credentials, so on and so forth. So this time, the browser again does the pre-flight request, options /tickets to Eventbrite, and this time Eventbrite comes back and says, yes, any host can communicate with me. Great, perfect. And access control allow credentials equals true. So I'm accepting credentials now. Great, bring on the cookies, right? Perfect. So now, Bsides Orlando can send authenticated requests, state-changing requests, right? Post, put, delete, to Eventbrite. And Eventbrite is like, yeah, let's do it. Send me the data. But what happens here? Coors error again. What's wrong now? Well, wildcard origin. This is the new normal because wildcard origin does not allow authenticated requests. That's super dangerous. Can you imagine this wildcard origin being embedded, and now any site, any JavaScript on any site can send requests on your behalf to another site, including the cookies from your cookie jar? So let's extrapolate this for a second. I'm chilling on kcody.co, and I say, hey, kcody.co, send an XHR request to Facebook without the user interacting, right? This is JavaScript. I'm just going to send this. And Facebook's like, yeah, sure, you can interact with me, and I'll accept cookies too. So now kcody.co is like, hey, like this Russian troll page or whatever, right? So the browser, if the access control allow credentials is true, the browser is going to send cookies along with it. So now my cookies to Facebook are coming along with it, and that would be terrible. So wildcard origin plus access control allow credentials equals true equals no-go. All the browsers have a built-in protection to protect against this really super dangerous default. So the developer is like, oh man, well, I got to send this post request to Eventbrite. I'm sorry, I got to let Bsides Orlando send me post requests with credentials. So I'm going to change some stuff. So now Options request pre-flight, host Eventbrite, origins coming from Bsides Orlando, same thing. This time, access control allow origin 2020.bsidesorlando.org. Well, this is promising. Access control allow credentials equals true, and it works. It finally works. Now, Bsides Orlando can send state-changing data to Eventbrite with credentials, and everything's gravy. So the developer moves on to the next task, right? Next sprint. But some stupid vulnerability stumble upon or like myself comes along, and I try the same options to ticket, but this time I'm coming from somerandomorigin.com. And Eventbrite sends me back access control allow origin somerandomorigin.com. Something's broken here, right? Well, why is that? If anyone lives and breathes and burps sweet, like I do, you've probably seen this at some point in time. It's a high severity, certain confidence issue coming from burp suite, but maybe you're not familiar with this. You're like, I don't really know what that means. What is this arbitrary origin trusted thing? Well, arbitrary reflected origin is super bad. Remember that whole wildcard thing that I just mentioned? Like, yeah, if any script on any site could send authenticated requests, including cookies from your cookie jar, to any other site, that would be terrible, right? Well, this is that. This is that. It's basically a shim to allow the wildcard origin thing to take a back seat for a second, and we're just going to reflect any origin that you send. And I will be honest, this is common. There are several libraries out there today that have this vulnerability. It's crazy. Now, these specific ones, some of them may be patched now. Some of them may be wild. I'm not here to throw shade. But at one point in time, all of these libraries were vulnerable, and these were the only ones that I personally have stumbled across. If you're interested in more of this research, Evan Johnson, who happens to work for Cloudflare now, awesome guy. He's done research on this arbitrary reflected origin thing. Go out to his blog. I have a link in the references. There's a gist that, I want to say 6 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, Evan crawled the top Alexa 300,000 or something like that, and had a list of all of the sites that were susceptible to this. But let me be honest, with microservices being what they are today, you can't just crawl the Alexa top X, because there's so many subdomains that you'll never, ever find all the vulnerable issues with this. You'll just never do it. It's unlimited, right? So Evan's research was good, but it doesn't even get close to how deep the badness goes. So you might be wondering, like, how common is this? Like, why are you reflecting arbitrary origin? So I just went to Stack Overflows, said, hey, how do I enable cores in Flask? And boom, what came up was the first example with the most upvotes that absolutely does exactly what I just said. So moving on. So what's the difference between cross-site request forgery and CORE's arbitrary reflected origin? So let's think about this. Cross-site request forgery basically lets you create a canned request that, when interacted by an attackee, then does some state-changing function on another site, and does that with cookie tailgating and what have you. But CORE's arbitrary reflected origin lets some script embedded in any site make some state-changing function on another site using cookie tailgate. It sounds the same, right? This is CSRF. This is the new CSRF. But there's a twist. Not only can you do a state-changing function, the attacker, the person who sets that script up on whatever random site, they get the response, or they can access the response to that, right? Cross-site request forgery is a blind attack. An attacker sets it out there, they wait, maybe it's a state-changing function, and they come back in a couple of days, or they do some other function to track that. This, the attacker actually gets the response back, or can get the response back from the server. This is incredible. So What do? For arbitrary reflected origin attacks, we can mitigate that. There are known mitigants. There's origin whitelisting or approved listing. You could avoid cookie-based authentication. This attack doesn't really work with client-side, like bearer tokens or what have you. But JWTs have their own issues. Bearer tokens have, local storage, session storage. There's some other issues with cookies versus tokens, and I'll let that play out in another forum. But avoiding cookie-based auth doesn't seem like a good kind of throwing out the baby with bathwater, if you will. Well, you could go back to wildcard origin, right? And that would definitely mitigate the arbitrary reflected origin attack. But there really aren't any issues with wildcard origin, right? Yes, you can't send authenticated requests. Okay. Wildcard looks dangerous, but is it really dangerous, right? They're protecting us with this wildcard origin. Well, I sat down one day and I started to think about this, and I'm whiteboarding, and it hits me. There has to be an edge case with wildcard origin, right? There has to be a way to abuse this. Any site can use JavaScript to communicate with any other site and funnel that traffic through the browser of a victim. So it hit me. We can send unauthenticated requests from any user to a vulnerable service via XHR or AJAX, right? JavaScript, and access the results. So there's an edge case here. And what is that edge case? Well, I worked up a small point, a proof of concept, and I thought I was crazy. This can't be right. I called up my buddy Tim Tomes. You might know him, Landmaster53 on Twitter. He created drawn a blank. I'll move on. Great guy. He runs Practical Burp and some other trainings, and I happened to work with him. So I called him and said, Tim, man, I have this idea of this crazy thing where you can basically funnel attacks through a victim, aim it at a server or another victim, and get the results back. And I think we can use this for a particular use case. And he called me crazy. He said, no. Well, he started going over in his head, and he called me a couple nights later and he said, man, I actually think you're right. I think there is some meat on this bone. And I'm sorry, Tim created Recon NG. So if you're familiar with Recon NG, Tim's the original author there. So Tim wrote up this thing called the Cores Exploitation Framework, or CEF. And Tim's always looking for excuse to write code. His code was much better than my little POC. So thank you, Tim. And what it does is it exploits permissive cores policy. It uses a distributed attack infrastructure because of the permissive policy of cores wildcard origin. And it can be deployed via cross-site scripting or embedding JavaScript in AdWords or some other site. And to be frank, this is a beef module just waiting to happen. It may already even be existed because I look back at our Git repo, which is linked in here, and we wrote the first code on this 2 years ago. So there may even be a module created for the browser exploitation framework. I don't even know. We developed this. We gave this talk one time at DerbyCon last year. I've expanded on it, added some more fodder, but we haven't supported the code. We haven't updated. It was just a proof of concept, and there may be more coming. So let me show you a little bit of the demo. I'm going to walk you through this because it is pre-recorded. So what you see on your left-hand side is communication with a server, just basically standing up a Gunicorn server, and on the right right now is a simple HTTP server. So that Gunicorn server, Tim's loading it up, and we're going to the dashboard. This is the Cores Exploitation Framework. I'm going to walk you through on what this is doing. Basically, you're saying, hey, I want to target this site via this HTTP method. This is the URL that I want to target. This is the payload of what I'm going to include in my target, which is basically an email address and a password. It's just basically saying the header content type, right? So this is going to be application slash JSON. And if this works, this is what I want you to extract. If it doesn't work, this is a string that you're going to get back from the server, right? So we're basically setting up that attack. Now, we select the target, which was my instance of Juice Shop. We take credentials, a list of usernames and passwords, and we run. So now, Tim is loading up basically a site that we've embedded a script. Could be cross-site scripting, it could be ad, whatever. It's basically going to communicate out to our attack server via an attack victim, right? This could be anyone on the internet. They just happen to go to this site, they're landing, and all of a sudden they're sending online credential stuffing attacks against another server. And you can see the attack is queued up, right? So we're at 12:13 now. Now we're down to 12:03, right? 10 requests every time that refreshes. And these victims are actually sending the online credential stuffing attacks to another victim. This is like basically a C2 with double victims. There's a victim that you've hooked, and there's a victim that you're aiming this against, right? And what it's doing is it's saying, hey, username, password, username, password, username, password. And then we have this set up to use server-side events to do the polling, to check back and see when it gets that success back from that JavaScript where this code is embedded, it will say, hey, we got a hit. This is a username and this is a password that worked, right? Right there. And the cool thing about this is you're sitting in the SOC, you see some, someone's brute forcing our site. This is the username, or this is the user agent. This is the IP address, block, 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 block. Well, this is distributed. These are victims targeting other victims. They could be real users of the site. They could be anyone random on the internet. So yeah, this is pretty crazy stuff. I'm gonna, for the sake of time, move on. So there are ways to mitigate against this, right? So I talked about the domain approved listing, but there's something else that you can do with this. And basically, it's implementing a synchronized token pattern. So think of CSRF, think of OAuth CSRF token or ASP.NET anti-CSRF token. That basically what happens is it takes a random string of GUID, whatever, it sends it to the user, and then the user returns it back to the server via a cookie or a parameter, and it's validated. So yeah, that would mitigate this, right? So if you embedded an anti-CSRF token on your server that you were worried about people brute forcing with this said attack, that would stop this. But I'm going to be frank, I rarely see that implemented on an authentication service, right? So you have some random person on the internet, they want to come use your service, they send in their username, they send in their password. Well, what if, I don't know, they have the login form saved in their password manager, and they come in and they send that request through, and the way that your site is set up via password managers, users aren't getting the synchronized token to then send back in that request. And so now your site's broken, right? That doesn't, I can tell you I've tested a lot of web applications in my day, and I rarely see synchronizer tokens set up on the first authentication call. It's out there, it exists, and things are getting better, but there are some edge cases where that could cause some jankiness. And to be frank, even the ones that I do see the synchronizer token on the authentication request, it's rarely actually checked, right? It's just when you get further down into the application, maybe even on password changes or updating bank account information or something like that. Maybe that's when it's actually validated and checked. And one other thing on this synchronizer token, you usually include that on forms that could be easily CSRF'd, cross-site request forged. But since an authentication call usually has a user who is inserting their password to authenticate. That's a secret that's unknown to an attacker. Again, it's not really all that common to see a synchronizer token put on that because someone's not going to CSRF an authentication. It just doesn't happen, right? So anyway, I'll move on. When I talk about approve listing a set of origins, right? So you have an app that you want to be able to, accept posts, state changing requests, puts, whatever, from another application. But say it's Eventbrite, and say you have a ton of different events that you want to send data over to you. Well, if you're going to approve list an origin, you now have to think about all the different circumstances in which, or all the different origins that you want to communicate. That can get gnarly and long and whatnot. So, you're basically creating a dict and you're putting in all those different variations. Or nice thing is rack cores allows you to put a regex in, because regex are the most straightforward, awesome things that never fail to capture something. I've seen this in the wild. I've seen a regex that was set up for Core's origin that said kcody.co can communicate with me. So I go out there as a pen tester. I'm like, all right, kcody.co. Oh, well, some random origin isn't working. Okay. But maybe kcody.co somerandomorigin.com. Boom, right? Their regex capture failed. They forgot to close out of it. They checked the first part. It's not the most easy thing to do to create a really inclusive covered list of origins that you want to interface with. So wrapping up here, some final thoughts. There's bad recommendations everywhere when it comes to cores. And to be frank, as much as our applications are doing on the client side in today's applications, we've just reached this issue where you pretty much need JavaScript to interface with other sites, microservices, cross-site, true cross-site communications, etc. And it takes cores. You have to be able to get beyond the same origin policy. You have to use a shim, specifically cores, to do that. And vulnerable cores, implementations are everywhere. I've even seen sites that are vulnerable to cores, not because they need to communicate with other sites, not because they have to have cross-origin resource data, but they stood up Swagger. And Swagger was hosted on another host or a subdomain of that same host. And they want to use Swagger for self-documenting, et cetera, et cetera. So they have Swagger, and Swagger says, oh, well, if this isn't running on that same host, you need to open up your cores restrictions to allow, or the same origin policy restrictions using cores to allow this to happen. And enablecores.org literally recommends wide open implementations. And I'll tell you why enablecores.org is important. Additionally, other than bad recommendations, the default state of apps, we know that developers are out there, you and me, we're there to get from point A to point B. We're there to merge features. We're there to add money to our bottom lines and functionalities to our sites. And at the end of the day, the default state of our libraries and languages is critical. And like I had mentioned, there's many default states that are just default to wildcard or default to arbitrary origin, which is terrible, right? And this could probably be updated. I don't mean to be so stuck in a box here. I'm sure there are better implementations now, but I can't recall one that was super simple, easy to use, and completely secure out of the box. But I can say that they have gotten better. So I really should strike that none and put rarely do we see default to completely secure implementation. Again, wildcard origin can be used without credentials, and without credentials can still be dangerous. That's the whole point of that cross origin request sharing exploit framework, the Ceph tool, right? Even though the wildcard doesn't allow you to send cookies, it still can be used for dangerous things like you just saw. And again, CORS is just widely misunderstood. People rarely understand the same origin policy. CORS is a shim to get around the same origin policy, which is another spec and another RFC. So these things are rarely really understood, and that's what I'm out here to evangelize. How misunderstood is CORS? Well, let me give you 2 examples. Here is Stack Overflow, and just with tag for CORS, there are almost 700 pages of CORS questions in Stack Overflow. Right? This is a topical issue that people are constantly dealing with. And Swagger, again, self-documenting. What do they have to say about CORS? Well, you have to open up CORS to use, or you have to use CORS to open up your same origin policy to use Swagger on a different port, host, or protocol. So Swagger says, hey, you got to use this CORS thing to get it beyond. But they don't quite say that. They actually say CORS is a technique to prevent websites from doing bad things with your personal data. CORS is a technique. Actually, no. Same origin policy is a protection from the browsers to prevent websites from doing bad things with your personal data. In reality, CORS is a shim that allows you to bypass the same origin policy, and it has to be set up properly. And when I mentioned enable-cors.org, Swagger is the one who recommends enable-cors.org. And like I mentioned, some of their default permissions aren't quite what I would expect for default safe. So some references that I've mentioned here today. If you're interested in playing around with Ceph, the CORS exploitation framework, there is a repo here. It's out on Tim's GitHub. It is completely without support. Probably won't be updated again unless we find another fun thing to leverage with it. It's literally just a proof of concept. I'm not here to say otherwise. We just built it to see if this edge case was actually of concern. Some other resources. There's my blog, my page with some of the other talks I've done. Tim's blog. He does a lot of good stuff. And Evan's misconfigured CORS blog as well. So I definitely highly recommend you go out and take a look into those. So I think I landed with just enough time to open up some questions, and I think it was good we didn't cut off the previous speaker because I ended a little bit early.
So thank you. No, this was I loved. I'm sitting here kind of listening and whatnot, and you really tailored this to the event. Like I said, you go to the Eventbrite page. I'm like, oh man, are we getting a EULA call from Eventbrite? What did you do, Cam? No, that is awesome. Very awesome.
For what it's worth, there is no /tickets endpoint that I know of. There was no there. I was going to try to capture some real screenshots, and I just pulled screenshots. There was no hacking done other than local hosts.
No servers were harmed in the making of this talk. So no, that was awesome. No, that was excellent. I don't see any questions in the YouTube live right now, but we could definitely jump over to Discord, which I would suggest if anyone has any questions that's listening, go over into the Track 1 lobby to chat, continue the conversation, network, etc. So Kevin, you are our last talk of the day, and I think that was a heck of a way to end it. So everyone who's still listening here, please join us for Closing Ceremonies. That's going to be 5:30 right here in Track 1. We're going to give out our CTF prizes. We're going to give out our Passport to Prizes prizes. We're going to talk about some things that we didn't talk about this morning. So if you're curious when the next event's going to be, we're going to talk about something called Bsides Studio Sessions, and you definitely want to hear about that if you're a first-time speaker. So Kevin, thank you so much for your time. We're going to put the sponsors bit up here for a second, and when we come back, it will be Closing Ceremony. So thank you, Kevin.
Ian, thank you for your staff and everything. This is an awesome virtual event. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. We appreciate it. So that was Kevin Cody, and he was talking to us about all kinds of CORS fun. So like I said, we will be coming back in just a few minutes after we transfer out of this room and into the other room and go through our closing ceremonies. So very much appreciated, everyone, and we will see you in just a few minutes. I'm still muted. Now I'm not muted. Okay. So I wasn't trying, but those of you that know, we've had like a mute gremlin with me the last in track one. We finally cleared it out, but now we've moved into the other room and it seems that way. So now that I am unmuted, thank you everyone. That is the end of Bsides Orlando 2020 virtual edition. This is the first time we've tried this, times being what they are. And I, again, at the start of the day saying, I cannot be more proud of the staff, and yet I am, because they all came together as professionals, and it was amazing. So we want to talk a little bit about what happened today. So let's get this up here. There we go. So how did the day start? The day started with a little company called Discord, and all the testing in the world, everything in the world, and they have an outage of their environment at the exact moment that we open registration, and all the automation and everything that was supposed to occur, no one can get to it. So it was a very frustrating about 45 minutes, and the team handled it incredibly well. A lot of the attendees maybe didn't know what was going on, because where are we going to tell them? But I keep this up here because that was the Discord status from their status page, saying, hey, we're aware of the issue, we know of the issue. And it was just like, what of the elders did we anger? But thankfully everything got under control. We didn't get too far behind on time, and then we're able to do that. So for those of you who are in the morning and excited and trying to get in, we can't really plan for those types of things happening. Unfortunately, they happen. So hopefully you understand, and we appreciate your patience. Again, I want to thank our sponsors real quick. These are sponsors that will likely carry with us to next year, because they wanted to continue to support the virtual event, and we want to thank them for it. So ReliaQuest, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, AMD, Sands, Fortress, Full Sail, Black Hills Information Security, iBoss Cybersecurity, HackerBoxes, Proofpoint, Hack5, Research Innovations, who actually, if someone who is in the other room on the Zoom meeting, there is a bag that says Undisputed Belts in it. Now that I think of it, Research Innovations, up on my desk there, Research Innovations sponsored the Research Innovations sponsored the CTF belt. And we're going to get that out here, because we're going to have team members from Hack UCF that ran the Sunshine CTF, and they're going to come out and explain who won, and I'll hold the belt up and they can talk about it. So our community sponsors, we've got some folks that you'll see here on the phone in a minute, but CyberSec Jobs, Hack UCF, ILF, Tool, No Starch, ISSA Central Florida, ISC Squared Central Florida, and Scythe. I think Bryson, Bort, and Kellen are actually wrapping up their Choose Your Own Adventure. So we thank all of them, because they all brought something to this. So at this point, let's talk Sunshine CTF, right? So 2020 edition, we've been doing this for a number of years. It started with Hack UCF, and now we're here to talk about that. So what I'd like to do is, John, if you could bring in, I think we have Peyton and Zach, who helped put it together, and they are going to talk to us. And I think I see Tabitha bringing the belt. So. Thank you. Oh, maybe it's just Peyton. Awesome. Thank you. Ran out of the room and didn't bring the belt. So wonderful. Can't hear Peyton? Is he aware we can't hear him?
It went to the wrong mic. It was set to the wrong mic. There we go. Everybody's able to hear me now, though, right? I guess I'm not crazy. Yep. Okay. So Sunshine CTF. This is our 5th year doing it. We had a little bit of server nonsense in the beginning, but all good there. Thank you so much to Research Innovations for helping sponsor it. Really good progress. Lots of people appear to be having fun with the challenges. It's going to continue going until Monday morning at 9 a.m. EST. And something that we would like to announce here, which Ian, don't wander off. Yeah, Kid Holly is also part of it. I don't know if you guys can drag in Kid Holly or not. There we go. Hey, Kevin.
Hello. Yeah, so I also just wanted to echo what Peyton has already said. I think that this 5th year of Sunshine CTF, it went amazingly well so far, and yet it's pretty much just started. We're only about like a quarter of the way through the actual competition, if that. So if anyone wants to continue working on the challenges, solve a lot, because we have a bunch coming up still. It's going to be great. But we've had like really amazing participants this year, and I really look forward to seeing what happens next year as well.
Yep. And so I think we're all good then to move on to announcing the belt. So Ian, come forth. Come closer. Show them the amazing belt. Show them the amazing belt. There's gators on it. There's fun stuff on it.
They're announcing the winner. Did they do it?
Yes. We're about to do it. Okay. The winner will get this amazing upside down belt. There we go. This amazing right side up belt. So it's nicely engraved. It appears to, I believe, be leather or like gator skinned this year. That's like a really fun addition for this year. So the winner will be getting this belt. We'll figure out how to get it out to them. The winner, which we verified earlier, is Colonel Poppers, the team from Dakota State University. I don't know if there's another slide after this.
Really good job, guys. They were the only team so far that solved the 700-point pwn challenge, which is quite an accomplishment. I wasn't certain if anyone would solve it within the first day.
So we'll figure out how to get the belt out to you guys. I think I'm messaging them in Discord, so we'll figure out how to get that out to them. Once again, thank you to Research Innovations for sponsoring the CTF, and also to Google Cloud for helping with the infrastructure.
Yep, and Research Innovations also contributed a challenge to the CTF, and that went really well too. So thank you very much to Research Innovations. It's been great having you help with that. And then, yeah, congrats again to Colonel Poppers. It's a really good job.
Okay. So excellent. So thank you, Hack UCF. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Peyton. Thank you, everyone who is involved in making challenges. One of the things you're not seeing right now is the way we're kind of separated. When the folks in the stream are talking, I can't hear them. So we're doing this kind of interesting pantomime where John is telling me, okay, they're doing this, they're doing it. So if some of it seemed a little disjointed as we're holding stuff up, that's what was causing it. So congratulations to the Colonel Poppers. I will speak with the Hack UCF team, and we will get this shipped out to you. Enjoy your belt, and congratulations. So, and again, thank you, Research Innovations. They've brought out a lot of prizes. They had a thing in their area to do a Binary Ninja. They were going to be giving that out as well, and they'll be contacting the winners. But they also sponsored that belt. So thank you to Research Innovations. So our sponsor postcard winner, you may remember that there was that cool postcard where you can go talk to the sponsors, get the little stamps. We talked about it in our opening ceremonies. We had to think about 57 or 58 people complete the whole thing, go to each sponsor booth, talk to them, turn in the card in the post office, and using a random number picker, we put the 58 in there, chose whatever number that came up, and congratulations to Mayhay4978 in Discord. You are the winner of a Sands Net Wars continuous gift certificate from our friends at Sands. And we will reach out to you in DM to find out how to get that to you. I think we can deliver that to you electronically. So we'll get that to you, and then we contact Sands to let them know your registration information. So pretty easy peasy. Expect us to reach out to you in the next couple days. And congratulations, and thank you for visiting all our sponsors. We appreciate it, and they appreciate it too. So our silent auction, you heard me mention at the beginning that we were having some eBay challenges. We were very public about those on Twitter. And about 10 o'clock today, they resolved it. And some of you intrepid folks actually had found it and started bidding on it. But we are going to leave that silent auction open through Sunday. So you can continue bidding on items, etc. And the winners, we will get your address will be in eBay, and we will ship it out. And we thank everyone for bidding on that. The sponsors that put those things in, Hack 5, Hacker Boxes, No Starch Press, they donate that so we can get it to you and use that money to do more interesting events, some of which that we'll talk about in just a moment. So again, Bsides ORL on eBay, go check those out, and they will close on Sunday. Last thing, we got a lot of questions about the after party, and people said, oh, well, it says after party, but what is it? So we talked about it in opening ceremonies. I sent out some invites, and I just confirmed it with Rando. So at 8 o'clock, we are going to be meeting on Second Order Chaos's stream. It's open to not just Bsides Orlando, but to everybody on the internet. And we will be doing a Whose Slide Is It Anyway championship competition. So if you didn't tune in for opening ceremonies, and you don't know what Whose Slide Is It Anyway, you take a bunch of people, you put them in front of a slide deck they've never seen, and they have to present it as if they are an expert in the subject. And the team that puts them together takes pride in making them some of the strangest slide decks that you've ever seen. So with that said, we're going to bring in a tournament of champions, people who have won at DEF CON, DerbyCon, anywhere where Whose Slide has been run at major conferences by Rando and the team that runs that. And we're going to have a couple people on. And you will be able to choose through donations to EFF. So you can go through, you can make those donations. We don't make them. You go through and make that donation. Just take a screenshot of the donation that you made, and you'll tweet it at a hashtag that will be given at the time of the event, and say, hey, I donated this much money, and I want it to go towards Ian, or I want it to go towards this individual. And whoever wins, that they will get a prize amount that we will provide, and we will encourage them to donate that to a charity of their choice. I will be playing tonight as well if I win, and I, of course, hope I do. Our keynote speaker, Chris Hadnagi, he talked a lot about his Innocent Lives Foundation. So if you tune in to watch me make a complete fool of myself, and you happen to donate to the EFF and use those dollars to vote, that's where my money will go. I don't know where everyone else's is going. So 8 p.m., Second Order Chaos stream. That was also put in the Discord and tweeted out. So Swag Store. The Swag Store will be open until, November 14th. So November 14th, the Swag Store will close and everyone's items will ship out. We're real proud of this because, we've got things for everyone. You don't have to just get a shirt. If you like stickers, If you are you have a different body type, etc., or you're a woman, you don't have to go through and just get a unisex shirt. We want to make sure that everything is very inclusive. So you get to pick what you want. And we had a bunch of people reach out to us and say, hey, we really like that you did this, but I got my coupon code and I don't want you to spend this money on me. And that was really generous and very nice. So if you're one of those people, basically all you have to do is not use the coupon code. We didn't pay for those in advance. We get a bill from Custom Ink that says this many coupon codes were used for this many dollars, and then we pay it. So if you say, hey, how do I return this? The way you return it is you just don't use it. So if that's what you want to do, and we appreciate it, but definitely take advantage of it if it's something that you'd like to do. So our pickpocket magic, James Harrison, he was originally supposed to be here, and he was going to bring these little booklets that if you saw what he did and were really interested in it, it's a little pocket guide around the beginning introductions of some of the things that he covered, but in a little more detail for you to practice. We've put a digital copy of that book in Eventbrite. So if you would like to purchase it, you can go in, pay $5, and we will send you a digital copy of that book. That ticket closes on Sunday, so you can go now and get it. If you saw that talk and said, wow, I'd like to learn more on how to do that, that money all goes directly to James. So if you liked what he was doing and whatnot, we're putting it up there for you to get a copy. We'll send you the digital copy, and that all goes to him. So we like him a lot. We're hoping that when we do an on-premise again, we'll be able to get him down from Canada and have him do the Rogue Village kind of pickpocket thing with all of you. So last couple things. Health challenge. So at the beginning of the day, I said, Siri is trying to transcribe all of this. So at the beginning of the day, I said, I really want people to leave and focus on community. I really want people to leave and focus on empathy and look at the world around us and say, hey, I need to focus on making myself healthy so that I can help make the world healthy, and I've got a challenge for you. So many of you saw our challenge coins, And we said, listen, the only time we're going to sell them is with VIP tickets. That's what we're going to do this year because virtual's kind of odd. How do we, make our VIPs feel special? So that was the only time. That was it. These will not be sold again. So if you want to be in the Order of the Toothy Grin, one of the first ways, I think it's technically the second, we offered one with Tara's pre-show to crack hashes or upload to the nerd list, and we would send challenge coins, which we'll get those out, I think, this week. But this is the next way that you can do it. So our speakers, volunteers, whatnot, they didn't know they were going to be getting one, but they will be getting one because they helped the organization. They put in time and effort and passion. But what I want you to do is, if you heard that talk this morning and you said, that's me, I'm glad that I heard that because I know that I'm not alone. And what do I do? How do I get that encouragement? Tim Malcolm-Vetter and a bunch of folks, they had started Red Team Fit, and that became like Blue Team Fit and whatnot. Well, we just want you to be healthy, whatever that is to you. So we've created the Bsides Orlando Health Challenge. And what we want you to do is, over the course of the next couple months, as we head into the holidays, as we kind of reflect on the year that was, as it were, do something for yourself to be healthy and tweet about it. I don't care if it's take a walk, get out of the house, take your dog to the dog park, play soccer with your kids. Do something that allows you to take that mental break. See a therapist, go to your doctor, find out why that one bone hurts, whatever it is. And if you're comfortable tweeting about it, or if you want to tweet a sanitized version of it, go and tweet healthy Bsides ORL and whatever it is you did. And we're going to take all of those hashtags at the end of the year, and we're going to choose 10 at random, and those 10 people will be initiated into the Order of the Toothy Grin with our challenge coin, because we can't think of a better way to encourage the type of behavior and the type of feeling and what we want as a community than encourage all of you to take steps to better your mental, physical, and emotional well-being. So we hope to see a lot of hashtags out there, and we hope that we go, wow, how are we going to, how there's all these people and we only are doing 10 coins. So last, I've been talking about this for a while, and I'm actually really excited about it. So if you stuck around this long, it means you're a diehard. If you're here listening to me at 5:30 after whatever time it is, you're a diehard. So we all sat around, and this is a constant thing with B-sides, just any B-sides, where they say, we do this once a year and then everyone kind of goes away, but how do we keep this thing going? And we said, well, if we're going to be focused on our community, why don't we do a quarterly meetup? Now, nothing big like this, where we're doing like 61 speakers and this, that, and the other, but something where we just kind of keep that feeling going, right? So what we've decided to call it is Bsides Orlando Studio Sessions, keeping with that whole idea of the B side of the record. Well, now it's sitting in the studio and just jamming and seeing what works. And what we're doing is we've opened up a CFP as of today that ends on December 7th, 2020. So actually, we might open, I think that was supposed to say 17th. Forgive me. That's December 17th, 2020. And on December 17th, 2020, we will choose 2 CFPs that have been entered in from new speakers from Florida, and you will be assigned a mentor to help you craft your first talk, to help you with speaking, to help you, with all those pro tips that maybe you don't know, you haven't learned because you haven't been up on stage doing it. So we will help you do that, and then on, I believe it's in the CFP, but I think we chose January 16th. Check my math. I think that is a Saturday. January 16th, we will do a virtual event because I don't think we'll be back to public events yet. But we'll do a virtual event with 2 speakers, and they will do their talk after receiving mentorship around that thing. So not a huge investment in time. You can tune in, we'll stream it, and help people get used to public speaking and presenting their research. So there's a couple cool things that will happen from that. One, we're going to do that every quarter for 3 quarters. Well, that 4th quarter, arguably, should be when we have our annual Bsides Orlando. We're creating a Bsides Orlando Studio Sessions track. If you are one of the people that has been accepted into the mentorship program through Bsides Studio Sessions, you will automatically receive a slot in Bsides Orlando Studio Sessions track to come present your next bit of research or an evolution on that research, or present the same talk now that it's polished, etc. you will be at the conference, you will be a speaker. And the idea is if you're willing to invest your time so that we can help grow you and grow leaders in our organization as mentors, then we're going to invest in you further with that time and that talk slot. So you ask, who's your first mentor going to be? Well, that's going to be me. And why is it going to be me? Because I didn't ask anybody else yet. But no, hopefully some of you are excited about that. If you've seen me speak, I want to help. That's what I want to do at this point. I want to go through and help the next set of people so that someday you're in this spot leading this fantastic organization and building your career. So CFP is live now at papercall.io, Bsides Orlando studio sessions. I hope to see a whole bunch of papers in there. I hope it's really, really difficult for us to choose who to select for those first 2 slots. So now we have to say a thank you. I said this at the beginning of the day. We're almost done with these slides, I promise. But we have to say a thank you. And there's no amount of gratitude too much, really, for the people that are involved in this organization. Not just our staff, but our volunteers, but people that have come in from all over. And I'm forgetting the gentleman's name. I apologize, but just randomly, it said, "Oh, I'm bored, and I'm in Cape Town." He was one of the leaders for Bsides Orlando, not Bsides Orlando, Cape Town, the Cape Town chapter. No, Bsides Cape Town. And he said, "Oh, I saw you're doing that, and you're looking for volunteers. I can volunteer in Discord from Cape Town, South Africa." That's amazing. And that's the kind of thing that we love about this community is people go, oh, I want to be a part of that. So thank you to everyone that has been involved. So if you see someone in Discord with a speaker, staff, volunteer role, say thank you. Say, hey, thanks. Thanks for putting this on. Thanks for pushing through. Thanks for making sure that we didn't skip a year because people look forward to that event. So we also, again, want to thank Full Sail. I'm in a Full Sail classroom right now so that we could at least be socially distant and together. But be able to, be away from home where we've got, other responsibilities and we've all been working from home, et cetera. And sometimes it's hard to put on a conference from your little desk that's in your bedroom, and the team knows that's where I am when I'm home. So last thing here, well, not it's actually close to the last thing, I promise. So thank you, Zoomy Zoom. So I gotta take my screen share out here for a second, and I'm gonna reshare because behind this there is a whole lot of people that I want to show you at this point. Let me see, how many people do we have in here? We got 21 people in here. There's even more, but these are the folks that wanted to say hi. And give me just a second. I'm going to get them all up on screen. I'm going to leave you all on mute because I don't know how to pull in the audio, but then at least you can all wave hi. Let me make that bigger. Very good. I promise I'll stop rambling in just a moment. So I will just share my whole screen. We'll get a little inception effect here for a minute, but that's okay. And there we go. So are we seeing everybody, John? Perfect. So and on just all of us on just a few hours of sleep trying to make it. And there's John behind it. He's actually trying to keep me wrangled in here and in focus and in screen and unmuted. So hello, everybody. Generally, the last couple times we went Full Sail, we on the stage we have everybody come up and high five just coming on there. So I love all the jazz hands. Jazz hands. So these are the people that we're talking about. There's Bsides staff members. There's folks from other Bsides staff nerd there out from Texas coming to help out and be part of this. So thank you, all of them. So I'm gonna take you off screen. Bye, everybody. Oh, wait. Oh. Hold on. Get your video on, Jack. Is he coming on video? Comes in just as I'm about to take him off the screen. Everybody say hi to Jack. Hi, Jack. So, yeah. So we were just going to come off screen. I saw Jack coming in. So Jack is one of our volunteers as well. So now that you've seen everyone who wanted to join, we will go off. So hi, Jack. Bye, Jack. So let's go back here. I apologize for the little the moment there. There we are. Very good. Let's see, application. What did I do? Apologize. There we are. Okay, if you could bring that into the stream for me, John. Cool. Right there we go. Excellent. So, want to talk about an MVP. So this is something that kind of, and somebody asked me, it was Joe Haxalot. He says, how long have we done an MVP for? And I said, well, it started kind of informally in one of the most chaotic B-sides, at least that I know of. It was one of the first ones that I was involved in as a staff member. And one of our now board members, we just said we need to do something for them. We go, we'll do an MVP thing, and we kind of brought them up on stage and said, here's. It was essentially the same speaker prize. It was a speaker prize. I was a speaker trophy, speaker award, and just said you went above and beyond. And they said, well, we should do that every year. And then we had another staff member, another staff member, another staff member, and every year there is someone who just goes so above and beyond that you just can't imagine how they're doing it, how they're pulling these things off, how they're even finding time in the day. And then what you find out is, they've gone through and taken an entire week off of work just to work on these things to make it better. Oh, and it also just happened to be their birthday, and they're working through that. And oh, by the way, they're not just doing that, but they're running the workshops and doing all the workshop maintenance and making sure that the workshop instructors get there and everyone that participated in that and the communication. And oh, by the way, building all the Discord automation, working with the team to do other bits of Discord automation into their environments, working with the registration team to integrate that into Eventbrite. And I know they know exactly who it is now, and everyone else on the team does as well. But we discussed it, and our friend Apexer here, he just blew it out of the water. So could you bring Mr. Thomas into the stream for me? And now he knows why I wanted him in here and not in Zoom. Hey, buddy. I can't hear you, so if you're like, please stop, I can't. So I just keep gushing about you for a bit, and you can't stop me because I'm here and you're there. But dude, seriously, thank you so much. Thank you. You did such an incredible job, and the entire team just acknowledged the Herculean efforts that you did. So everyone give a virtual clap here for Thomas. He's just been unbelievably incredible, and I don't know how we would do it without you. So we do not have our general way of giving the prize here, but the same type of speaker prize, but for our MVP, we'll be going to use her as they ship out later this month. So again, thank you so much. So yeah, so all I could see was the shrug. So cool. All right. So let's go ahead and take Thomas out of the stream. Excellent. And that's it. So we always get feedback, and we encourage feedback, and we're going to send out a survey that lets you give us feedback on how we did. But if one of the things you said is, oh man, this could have been done better, or I know how to do this better, why didn't they do it this way? Well, please, I encourage you to email info@bsidesorlando.org and share that talent, share that passion, and just put in the subject line, I am a coordinator. Many of the people in this room and have been involved in staff and whatnot, that's how they got involved. And what we do is we grab those emails and we say, hey, we get close to the event, we'll reach out to you. Or, sometimes you might not get a response back immediately, but as we start to plan things, we go and look and see, oh, who wanted to be a coordinator? Oh, let's reach out to this person. Let's see, are you still interested? Do you have the time? Are you local? Are you available? And that's how those things happen. So please, if you've been part of a B-Sides before, if you were watching this and said, how do I get involved with this amazing team? Please do that. So that's it. Not too bad. So again, join us at 8 p.m. on Second Order Chaos' stream. For myself, the board of B-Sides Orlando, the staff, the volunteers, and everyone that made this amazing, to Little Chompy and all of our Gator friends, we'll see you next year.